Okay, I clicked the button, and now it will begin. Welcome, 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 everyone. Right? We'll do the welcome thing. We'll do the official welcome thing once he gets here. Okay. For the video for my editor, right? So, he can start when our guest arrives. We can just kind of go from there. Oh, how's everyone today? You guys doing good in chat there? Everyone having fun? Keeping out of trouble? And if you are getting into trouble, is it at least good trouble? Is it at least interesting trouble? Is it valuable trouble? Is it worth your time? Is it worth the risk? We measure these things. We do these things. YouTube chat, hello. Welcome. 𝕾𝖍𝖎𝖙, yes, you are first, 𝕾𝖍𝖎𝖙. Welcome in. We are waiting on my guests who confirmed with me an hour ago that they're going to be here. Hopefully they show up soon. We will be talking to someone I have never discussed things with before. Quibbles over coffee. We've missed each other, right? I've invited him on, but he's had to cancel. So hopefully, right, he makes it this time and we can actually have a discussion. We'll see. What is my opinion on gay marriage? My opinion on gay marriage is it's based. People want to get married, they should be able to get married. Good, right? I'm not right. Marriage as an institution is interesting. I think it's a good thing overall, right? But it needs some work, right? It needs some work in how we uphold it, tax breaks, etc., etc., etc. IRL Giga Chad says, and first of all, hello, Jenny Burns. Hi, right? Nice to see you. IRL Giga Chad says, is Vaush anti-black? What does this even mean? And using the metrics of who is anti-black, vile, racist, someone unsavory, and etc., where does he fall? Seems like something who is unserious would engage in. As far as I know, Vaush is progressive and likely understands the struggle and plights of black people. Likely also favoring some form of public policy that would help black people to rise out of the systems placed upon them. But yes, Vaush is sometimes someone worthy of being noted as enemy LMAO. Well, we're going to be talking about that today with Quibbles, okay? Spoiler alert, I don't think he's anti-black. Quibbles thinks, however, right, the argument that at least I read on their Substack, right, is that he is kind of, by targeting black creators, he is intentionally or not being biased against them, right? Like he is holding them down, he is oppressing them, intentionally or not. He is upholding the systems of oppression that keep them down. That's the argument. As I understand it, maybe he'll correct me when he gets here, right? We'll find out. But that's what we're going to be talking about today. Like, we're going to be talking about criticisms, like when it's okay to levy criticisms. Is it ever not okay to levy criticisms? Is it the style in which you levy the criticisms that's important? There's a lot of angles to discuss. You're in the debate room. Go to backstage, brother. Quibbles over coffee. Come backstage. It's up the top. Okay, beautiful. Excellent. We'll get this going. Hello.
Hey.
Hey, give me 1 second.
I was confused about how exactly this was work.
That's fine.
I see my face. I'm gonna give you my face.
The face is good. Faces are beautiful. I love the beard, brother. I love the beard and the hair together, combined.
Beard.
Aesthetics, A+.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
So yes, BSG talks is Quibbles black. I don't think so. Like, you don't look black. I
am solidly not black. I have it started off as a podcast, and my co-host was black. Okay. He continues to be black. We just haven't done a thing together for a while. But yeah.
Okay. So yeah, I guess. Well, first of all, thanks for coming on. Thanks for talking with us about this with me. I really do appreciate it. We've tried to get you on before, as I was telling my my guests here, but we've just missed each other. But it's good. It's good that we've been able to connect. So, for my audience, can you kind of give us a kind of a TLDR or a summary of, because I read your Substack that you have, but my
Mhm.
audience is likely not going to read it. So can you just
That's
kind of
totally fair.
summarize your points here and
Sure.
kind of give me a through line to your argument? Go ahead.
Yeah, so my through line is essentially that I think that we are a space that is overwhelmingly white. We meaning like Twitch poll, right? And I think that there is there are resulting pressures that come with that, particularly given that we're not only overwhelmingly white, but we're also overwhelmingly male, and we're also overwhelmingly coming from a sort of trajectory of having moved further left as we've gotten older. And I think a lot of us were further to the right, or at the very least towards the middle. Certainly that's true of much of sort of the Zenderhall world. And also Vaush's world as a result of that.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think that like there are certain things that we should be extra self-critical about as a result of that. And one of them I think is conversations about reverse racism. The truth is that reverse racism, like, you know, are there people who are assholes to white people? Like, yeah, of course there are. But like, is this? I'm sorry, am I allowed to curse? I don't actually know if you're.
No, you're
you're
fucking
chill with
not.
that?
You're fucking
Okay,
cursing
cool.
on my fucking channel. Why
Yeah,
the
you're
fuck
totally
would you
fine.
do
Okay,
that?
cool.
You
I'm
can
sorry.
curse. Go ahead. No, it's fine.
Yeah. But yeah, I think that like we should be more self-critical when we start making claims about reverse racism than we are when we start making claims about racism, because it's just like, and particularly when someone like
Can you do
Vaush.
okay?
Yeah, go for it.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but
No, please
I'm
do.
curious, just for the sake of our conversation here, what in your view is the difference between racism and
Mhm.
reverse racism?
Yeah, I think that there is a history of oppression against Black people in the United States, and I think that as a result of that, when things are levied against Black people, when people use the N word against Black people or about Black people, the second one of those Vaush has done in the past. The first obviously is not. You know, those are worse than people saying cracker, for example. And the reason they're worse is because it's not just a matter like, you know, I think that a lot of people focus a bit too much on what is and isn't immutable. And I think that's a very silly way of thinking about whether or not a term is like, you know, really serious, right? Like it's not immutable, for example, to be wearing a hijab. You could take it off. But I think we would both agree that calling someone like a towel head, for example, is like massively inappropriate in a way that you making fun of my ears right now would not be equivalently inappropriate, right? Because like even though one is immutable, I can't change my ears, and you can take off a headscarf. The headscarf is something that has a
It
lot more.
represents something a little
Yeah, it
more
represents a lot,
powerful than
exactly.
someone's
And so,
ears. Mm.
exactly right. And so I would argue that like, yeah, cracker is like a mean thing to say. You're making fun of someone for their skin, and having white skin is as like random and, you know, ultimately irrelevant to like who you are as a person thing. But I would argue that there are a lot of people who have emotional baggage and care about their being Black a lot more than the average white person cares about being white.
No, I agree. I agree that many Black people view their Blackness, right, in a way that is more heavy than the average white person. It is something that is, and this is due to a large number of factors, right? Like how society views them, how it treats them, the institutions of oppression, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I agree with that, but I don't. I think we might disagree on this. I don't think that's good. I think that's actually bad. I think that by doing this, they're actually reifying these systems, right? They're by reifying I mean make more real. They're saying that yes, race actually does matter, and I think we need to get away from that. So my problem also with this idea of reverse racism is I don't think reverse racism exists. I think it's just racism, right? It's just racist, right? Now we could say there are different levels of racist, right? Like that there's different things on the spectrum. Like I would judge someone a lot more harshly for having some kind of implicit bias, right? Or I would judge them less harshly for just having an implicit bias that leads them to have some maybe unfavorable views towards black people. It's still bad, but I would judge that less harshly than someone who goes and actively N-word hard R, harasses black people. Both of these are racist things, but one is very, very much worse than the other, right?
Yeah, so I want to tackle...
Yeah, no, we... Let me finish real quick. Yeah, so to tie it together, I think that by kind of trying to separate like racism against white people as a separate thing or not really racism, it does us no service. I think it actually is almost dehumanizing to black people in a way because we're treating them as not human, right? Like we were treating them in a way that we wouldn't treat any other human, right? Like why, if we are going to treat some people this way, why would we make an exception for them as a group as a whole? I just don't like it. But go ahead.
Okay. So I want to take those. So the way I say it, I sort of see those as two main points that I want to tackle. One is the issue about reverse racism as a term, which I think is fair, and the second one is that first point that you made, which was about sort of like a lot of these issues shouldn't be issues, and so should we treat them as these massive issues if they shouldn't be issues? So let's tackle that issue, whether or not they should be issues and whether or not they should be treated as issues first. I don't wear a yarmulke. I'm Jewish, but I don't wear a yarmulke. A lot of Jews do wear yarmulkes. I don't think that my jewelry should be attached to whether or not I wear a yarmulke. I think I should be able to be a Jew regardless of what I wear. But I would be really upset if people started attacking Jews who do wear yarmulkes because they're wearing yarmulkes. And the reason for that is because it's an attacking. It's not really about like the form of attack. It's about like the thing that's being attacked, and the reason for the attack is about Judaism. And so when you're talking about like, yes, some of these attacks, maybe they shouldn't be treated as being like awful things outside of any context. But in context, the reason that it's serving as an attack is because they were trying to attack black people. And I think that attack on black people as a group, given the amount of seriousness and the history of attacks on black people, I think needs to be taken with more serious, with more.
I don't disagree on that. Right?
Okay,
I don't disagree with that. But my issue isn't with the seriousness of attacking black creators based on racist allegations. I think that's something we should take seriously, right? My issue is trying to, in order to reinforce the seriousness of the racial attacks on black creators, we minimize the racial attacks on white creators and saying, well, we don't need to talk about that, right? So
it's not that we don't need to talk about that. It's that it's not relevant in the same way. Like your whiteness isn't a relevant like core component of the way that you go through your life, because you're not like, your whiteness is not something that you think about on a daily basis. It's not something that has been a point of attack throughout your life, right? If someone like if you knew, for example, that I had a history of like drugs or alcohol in my family or whatever, and you made fun of me and said that I don't know, I look like a homeless person or whatever, and I look crazy because of my beard, right? Which would be absurd. But if you said that, it would hit different than the reality, which is that I don't have that particular past, right? And if you know that you're attacking it with that history and with that past, it is a different attack than if you make the same attack against a person that you're not aware of it being true of, right?
I understand, but I just disagree on the face of, and let me explain if I may. Please give me a moment. My thoughts are jumbled right now. Yeah. But let me start by just saying this, I guess, as kind of like a core principle that I have, okay? That I think, right, that if someone is using a racial, and I don't mean like other immutable characteristics, I'm talking specifically about racial attacks, right? If they're using a racial attack against someone, it is something that we need to nip in the bud, right? Regardless of the skin tone of the person using it, and regardless of the target that is being used against. Because while yes, racial attacks against black creators are more harmful, are more impactful, are more serious, I think that by allowing, right, or mitigating, or not putting into this, like, racial attacks against other groups into that same basket, right? What we are doing is we are signaling to the outside community, well, actually, sometimes racial attacks are okay. And I don't think that's what you intend to do, right? I don't think that's what you're intending to signal when you do this, right? I think people aren't intending to signal this for the most part. Some are. But that is actually the signal that is being communicated. So when we do things, we have to keep in mind what is being said, right? And what people are hearing. So I think that, for example, right, when to kind of bring it a little to the Vaush stuff, right? When Vaush criticizes, right, a black creator, in a non-racial way, I think that people try to racialize it in order to attack him as a person,
Just
right? And
to
they
clarify,
feel,
that's not what happened here, right? He did attack in a racial way.
how so? Can you give me
When he said the I mean, he's made a dismissal of black culture, which was,
is that a racial attack?
Yeah, I think so.
Really? How?
To dismiss the concept of black culture, yeah.
Like,
American black people have a specific history, a shared history that is distinct than the rest of America, right?
yes, but if you were to talk about the black experience when it comes to someone who lives in a city versus someone who lives outside of a city versus someone
Right,
who lives in a
but
red state versus someone who lives
okay,
outside a red state, these are not the same,
but
right?
sure,
Like,
there are differences, of course, but there's an aggregate experience of being a black American that is a product of redlining, which is true across all of the states, as a product of slavery, which is true across all of the states, which is the product of racialized school segregation, which is true across all of the states, which is true still today of 2-acre zoning, which is true today still of Prop 13, which is true today still of like all of these different things that are quite clearly designed to be racist, right? And
sure, these are
there
all
is something that is
experiences,
shared there,
but
right?
I want to separate like shared experiences or trials from shared culture. I think these are, one can feed into
Okay,
the
but
other,
there's
but they are
also
not the same, and I don't think we should be
sure.
equivocating it, right? Like,
If you wanna make a differentiation between African Americans and Black Americans, African Americans meaning people who were sort of descendants of slaves
ADOS,
in
yeah,
this country,
ADOS versus
um, that's a
immigrants
reasonable,
versus,
yeah,
yeah.
I think
The,
that's a reasonable differentiation because it's certainly true that Black immigrants don't have that shared experience and that shared like culture and history. But if we're talking about people who are the descendants of slaves, there is a shared understanding and shared history that is
there
the
is a
product
shared
of that, right?
history, but again, like, Thomas Sowell, right, grew up a block away, right, from I'm, uh, you know what? I got to get the guy's name, but he was another prominent black activist, right? A very famous black intellectual, right? They went very different ways. Thomas Sowell obviously went the more conservative route, and this man went the more similar route. I wish I could remember the name, right? So this would hit better. I will look it up for you. But they had almost one for one, like they grew up like a block away from each other. They had almost exactly similar experiences growing up. They had the exactly similar impressions, but they reacted it. I would not say, right, that they have a shared culture. They obviously went into different cultures. They
No, they
went
totally
into
do.
different directions. So like when we say things like
Because you go,
black Americans all have a shared culture, I think what it does is it it's almost like an attack on anyone who doesn't feel that they had that
culture is a
cultural
statement on
experience, right?
context. Culture is a statement on context. It's not a statement on like what your opinions are going to be. Like I come from the same culture as Ben Shapiro. I don't agree with Ben Shapiro, but like we're both from that. Like 𝕵𝖎𝖎 was a member of the same synagogue that I'm now a part of a youth group of,
Mm-hmm.
right? Like I don't agree with 𝕵𝖎𝖎, right? But
Mm-hmm.
like that is still a shared culture, a shared context, and it would be silly to suggest that it's not like
So I guess,
the right. It's
just
the
for clarity,
undercurrent.
just for
It's not the
clarity,
actual
just so
opinion.
I can be clear, right? How
Yeah.
did Vaush dismiss black culture then? Like, can you give me the
I can
quote
share the tweet.
or yeah?
Yeah, I can share the tweet.
Please do.
I linked it in the
Just DM it to me.
in my piece, but I can share it to you. I assume we're friends on Discord. Give me a second, or I can just do it to your. Yeah, I am. There you go.
Let's look. Okay.
Yeah.
So, oh, it's a clip.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can play it for us. Give me a second.
Sure.
I want to share all my secrets. Give me
That's fair.
Minimizing tabs. Green.
We need to stop talking about redlining. This ended 50 years ago. Further, redlining doesn't uniquely affect Black people. That's true. It didn't uniquely affect Black people. It is definitely not true that it ended 50 years ago. It ended on paper 50 years ago, but the effects of it are definitely still there to this day. If you look at the cost of housing and the amount of comparative spending per capita in different parts of cities, even true today in Pittsburgh, where I live, the amount that's spent on roads and repairs in places like Larimer, in places like Homewood, are just massively, the Hill as well, massively lower than the rest of the country.
I'm assuming you're reading chat. I got the thing up. I don't. You can watch the stream, so you can hear it with us. But we'll play the clip and then we'll talk about it. Cool.
Okay. Cool. Go for it.
Nationalists, Black nationalists basically try to push for preserving not only Black cultures, which I think is important to preserve.
Fuck Black. I don't give a fuck about preserving culture. What? That's exactly the same as a white ethno-nationalist argument.
Well, I don't think this. Yeah, like he doesn't care about preserving culture, which is, I mean, is a fine position to take.
Wait, no, it's not a fine position to take.
Why? Why not? Do you think that
to not care about preserving culture?
Like,
I'm sorry, repeat that question?
Sure. Do you think that there's something sacred about a culture, like that just simply because it exists, it has to be preserved? I think
the answer is that there's exactly as much sanctity in a culture as the adherents to that culture afford to it. And so if there are Black people who afford sanctity to the culture of being Black, of being specifically of being an African American, then yes, there's cultural significance to that.
Well, I don't think I agree with that, but even more importantly, this attack again wasn't specifically towards Black culture. It was, he just doesn't care about like upholding culture. So I don't know if we can say this is anti-Black, right?
I mean, if you want to make a broader point that he doesn't care about minority cultures in general,
or cultures in general, to be clear, cultures in general. Right, that's what he said in the clip. I don't know.
Sure, but cultures, like when you're talking about like Black culture, you're making a category. He's not attacking the concept of culture. He's attacking the concept of a specific segmentation of culture that is particularly around being Black, and there's an equivalent particular culture around being Jewish or Muslim or Sikh or of being, Native American, whatever. There's not a particular specific culture that comes with being a part of the dominant group.
I think that he would consider, like, he would say fuck all those cultures too, right? I think
that, but that's my point.
The only reason he mentioned it's not an attack. Just real quick, the only reason he mentioned like even Black culture at all is because of the context of what he was listening to at the time, right? And again, it's a very small clip, so I can't. Maybe there's more context that I'm not aware of, right? That he said that would change my mind on this, right? But like, if I'm talking, for example, to you and you bring up Jewish heritage and Jewish culture and things like that, and then I start critiquing it, right? It doesn't make me anti-Semitic or particularly targeting anti-Semitic. It just means that in this conversation, you are my interlocutor, so I'm dealing with what you are saying.
Right, but he's not attacking the concept of culture. He's attacking the concept of a minority culture, of a culture that is oppositional. Or at the very least exists at some level in separation from the primary culture of society writ large.
Would it change your mind, or would it change your view on this if he absolutely just doesn't care about any culture, right? Like, I don't know, because I don't know. I'm just assuming based on the clip,
if someone genuinely didn't believe in the concept of culture, that would be consistent. Like at that point,
it's
you're
not
a-
that you don't
it's
believe
not-
in it. It's that you
here's-
don't
here's the way I would-
value
Here's
it,
the way I would
right?
answer it. Here's the way I would answer it. It's racist to go around killing black people. It's not racist to go around killing everyone, regardless of race, right? But like, it's not better either. I don't want you to go around killing people regardless of race, right?
But you can.
But only one of them is racist. So like,
I
it's not. It's
understand.
no longer attacking minorities for being minorities if he hates culture in general. But it's still awful to hate culture in general, right?
Still awful to hate culture in general. I don't think it is. I don't think it is.
Okay.
I don't feel that there is an intrinsic value in someone's culture that we need to respect it. Like, for example, right? Middle Eastern culture, a lot of the cultural things that they have are things that are very anti-LGBTQ.
Okay,
They're
but now
very
you're attacking-
anti-women. These are cultural things that are part of their culture. I don't feel I have to respect that or value it just because it's their culture, nor do I think it should be preserved. I think, in fact, it should be
You're
destroyed.
attacking individual components, which are facets, and I agree with you. There are problematic facets of every culture you can imagine under the sun.
Absolutely, right?
However, that's different than attacking the concept of culture. He didn't say fuck like X, Y, and Z, which I think are bad about black culture. He said
culture.
fuck black culture, fuck the concept of a culture that exists for a minority.
Well, he said specifically fuck black culture, fuck culture. That was his words. Like, so it implied at least he does not like the concept of preservation of culture.
No, he was saying fuck culture as in that context, fuck culture as
Maybe.
like a defense for the importance of representing a particular group. It wasn't an attack on culture as a concept.
Maybe I didn't get the same interpretation, but I understand how you did, right? I understand why we're disagreeing here, right?
Yeah,
which
that's
is
right.
fine. Yeah, that's fine. I think that at the end of the day, and we can move on from the culture thing, but this is a substantive disagreement we have, right? I don't think there is any culture like worth going out of our way to preserve. And in fact, as I would argue, the desire to preserve a culture leads us to reifying racist stereotypes and racist tropes and racism, I think that's a bad thing. And I think it could be argued, right? That by reifying, right, minority cultures, what we're doing is we're keeping keeping them separate, right? It's almost it's an insidious form of segregation, right? Now, again, I don't think any culture should be forcibly assimilated, right? I'm not arguing or advocating for that. I think that would be gross or anything like that. But saying, for example, I think we need to preserve this culture just for the sake of preserving this culture, just because it exists and some people find it important, is not a very compelling argument to me. That's all.
I'm gonna send you a picture.
Ooh.
This is called Neo-Andean architecture.
Okay.
It's primarily in Bolivia, and it's the concept essentially of trying to take textiles that are very important to the native South American people of the area, and trying to take those kinds of concepts as a basis for architecture. When we think about architecture writ large is a lot of it is about like columns. It's a lot of it is about building back to a history that is foundationally upon like sort of the Greeks and the Romans, and ultimately can be derived back from like, you know, the Minoans or whatever. But it's very European.
Okay.
This is an explicit attempt to make architecture that is uniquely of Bolivia and is uniquely of the people from there.
Sure.
And I think that that's really important. And I think that it's really important. Like, it's something that deserves to be valued, because there's something about having the world around you, both physically and emotionally, the art that comes, having an understanding of that link to your own history and understanding that this is coming from like your world. And I think that's particularly important when you are a people who has been historically oppressed. You're not showing the picture. It's a beautiful picture. Why aren't you showing the picture? I'm
because I don't want to expose my DMs accidentally, and I'm very bad at this. Let me show it. Right? Let me see if
Okay,
I
cool.
can.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
But yeah, like it's a really powerful.
See, look at it, gang. Look at it. Okay, it's flashy, and I know my computer isn't.
It's a really cool picture, right?
Yeah,
It's
sure.
called Neo-Andean architecture, and yeah, it's a kind of design that I don't think we would be able to have culturally if we were all just basing all of our architecture off of like, oh, this is the classical architecture that you learn at like the schools in the USC.
I don't think there's anything wrong with that, but I don't think that there's an inherent like so. This idea,
There's
right?
nothing wrong with it. It's an active good, right?
I don't think so. I don't think there's an active good there. I think the
Okay,
aesthetic.
okay.
I think
Do
it's
you think that-
aesthetic.
Do
I
you
think
think
it's an
do you think
aesthetic. I don't think there's
no,
an active
no, it's
good.
not just aesthetic. Do you think that there are rural Bolivian people who, are women in their 70s and grew up making textiles, and that was their relationship to art? And then they go into their cities and they see these buildings that are all designed, even in Bolivia, even in a country that is predominantly their own people. Seeing buildings that are all trying to mimic the architecture of the United States or the architecture of Europe, rather than seeing buildings that are specifically tailored to say, this is something that is for us.
No, okay. Would you accept that argument from someone who is like, you know what? Whenever I see columns and traditional European architecture, I feel pride. I feel a connection to my roots. I feel a connection to the world around me. That column, right? That phrase or that mural or what have you. I'm not an architect. I don't know architect terms.
Yeah, sure.
Right? It fills me with nationalistic zeal, right? My nation of France, right? Or Germany or what have you, right? Man, that architecture, it's what makes me a German, or what makes me a French person or an American or whatever. I don't see any value to that.
Do you see a value, and do you feel like an emotional relationship to like okay, January 6th was an attack on people, right? But it was also an attack on the Capitol.
On institutions, yes.
It was an attack on the institution, but it was also like physically an attack on the Capitol. Did you feel when that happened any emotional weight to this is like my building?
To the monuments itself, no.
Yeah.
But to the institution, yes. But the institution is not the building, and the building is not the institution. Like I said, there's no problem. I got no problem if you like that art, or if you like that art.
This isn't a point about architecture. Do you feel something particularly when people start trampling the United States flag? Do you feel something particularly when people, refuse to I don't know, like
no,
any number?
I'm going to be real with you. I don't I don't feel this, like, I know that a lot of people do. I recognize that I might be a unique, or not unique, but I might be in the minority here, but I don't have a very strong connection to symbols, right? Which I think is what you're getting at, because these are things all that are symbols. They're symbols of a thing, right? They're symbols of an ideal. They're symbols of a series of values. But if someone tramples or burns the American flag, I don't give a shit, right? If someone is attacking my principles, absolutely I give a shit. And January 6th was an attack on institutions, which I absolutely give a shit about. It was an attack on people. Remember how many people got hurt there? That I absolutely give a shit about. But them breaking some windows, I'm hard-pressed to care.
Okay, so you care about the institution. You don't care about the architecture, but you care about the institution. Do you care about January 6th because it's an attack on, or like, let's not use January 6th because it was an actual attempt to like accomplish something and like, overturn the election. Let's use 9/11.
The thing I didn't want to accomplish. Like,
sure.
I was
Let's use 9/11. 9/11 killed, I don't know what it was. There was like 2,000 people total, right? Something like that. There were individual days of COVID-19, for example, that killed more people. Do you feel an emotional gravitas to 9/11 that extends beyond just 2,000 random people dying of COVID?
yes, but not for the building, right?
Sure,
So
but
I
but
do
but
feel a
for
connection
what?
to the event because of what it kicked off, right? What
Okay.
it symbolized, what it represented, right? This attack was on freedom, right? American sovereignty, for better or worse, right? It was an attack on that. It was an attack on the American people itself as well. And all these things I absolutely value and I absolutely care about. And these are things that I do feel a certain type of way because that's what was attacked.
Okay.
But the steel, the brick, and the
Yep.
mortar that were in the actual buildings, I could care less.
Okay, so it was a symbolic attack against the United States.
Yeah.
And so you care about the symbolism of the symbolic attack against the United States.
I care
would
about that it
say-
was an actual attack because it wasn't just a symbolic attack; it was an actual attack,
Right,
right? Like
but
it kicked
the point
off
is
some
you're,
things.
you're,
Like if it was
you're
just them
weighing it.
in, if they were doing this, like if they made a picture of it on the internet, right, and they showed it happening, like they made a meme about it, I wouldn't give a shit. I don't care.
But you're weighing it more heavily once the actual physical attack has been done, because
Yes,
there's a
because now
symbolic
lives
attack
are on the
attached
line.
to it.
Now it actually matters. Yes.
No. But my point is, you're weighing those 2,000 murders more heavily than 2,000 people, I don't know, who got shot in like gun violence,
Yes.
right? Okay, and so the reason for that those 2,000 deaths have more significance to you than these 2,000 deaths is because the first 2,000 deaths, the 9/11 2000
Sure.
deaths. I keep on repeating
symbolic.
that number. I might be wrong about that number.
I
But
think
like
it was 3,000 for
3,000,
I
yeah.
think so. I'm not. I
Conservatory
haven't looked up the exact.
says 3,000 plus people. So yeah, 3,000, whatever it was, 3,000 people died.
Yep.
There's
That.
a relevance to that.
Sure,
That
it wasn't
is
a singular event. It was symbolic. Like it was a
symbolic.
symbolic attack. I don't disagree with you that
Symbolism,
symbols
right.
matter.
So-
What I'm disagreeing with here, and just to bring it back before we get off into the weeds too much, is
Well,
that
I
I do
want to
not
finish my
think
point
that
because I don't think we're
cultural
on weeds. I think I want to finish my point.
Mm.
Can I finish my point?
Yes, please. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. You're totally fine. So yeah, I think that like the attack on America there is a symbolic attack that matters. Similarly, the attack of pulling off a woman's headscarf is an attack not just on her but on Islam, or against Sikhs or whatever it might be. And similarly, an attack on the basis of, oh, like you just want like white man cock or whatever, which Vaush has said in the past, against black women. Like that is something that is not just an attack on her; it's an attack on black women, right?
I get what you're saying. I do. I understand. If he said that, that was kind of gross. He shouldn't have said that, right? I would say the same for anyone who makes those BBC jokes, like cuck jokes, like, oh, your woman's gonna get railed by a BBC or things like that. You just want to watch as a black man fucks your wife or fucks your girlfriend. I think those are equally bad. Mm-hmm.
Okay, but the big black cock component is like the reason that there's a relevance to either one of those attacks is because there's a history of like what it means to be interracial marriage, what it means to be in interracial relationships in general, whether married or no, is a matter to do with black people primarily, not white people.
Well,
right?
It's a
like,
racial attack as well.
It's about the
right?
history. Yeah, it's about the history of like Emmett Till.
Yes.
It's the history of like literally murdering
I
black
agree.
people.
I
Because
agree
white
with
women
you.
will say,
We don't
yeah.
disagree that one is more impactful than the other. What we're disagreeing about is that I think we should call it out when it happens against white people as well as black people. And I do not think all criticisms of a black creator or even like attacks on a black creator's culture or disagreeing that black culture should be a thing, I don't think that's racial. I don't think that someone who says specifically, I like my culture, which is white, and I dislike black culture, that's racial. But when someone says, I don't like culture, I don't like black culture, white culture, I don't like any of these cultures, I don't think that's racial, right?
No, it's what it is a lie. If you say that you don't like culture in general, you're just lying.
Maybe. right? They could be wrong, right? Like they could
No,
be
they're not wrong. They're lying.
misidentifying culture.
I don't believe that there's anyone in the world who genuinely believes in their heart of hearts that they don't like culture. They're lying.
I can't speak for what's in someone's heart of heart.
Like, yes, you can. You're saying there's a person on Earth who doesn't believe that they like any art. They don't like any music. They don't like any architecture. They don't like any, music videos.
Okay,
movies,
I'll say this.
television.
I'll say this.
You're
I'll say
lying.
this.
You're
I
lying.
think that anyone who is saying that I like a culture that is based on the skin tone or the people within it, that's probably a bad thing to do.
But that's
if
not
you
what-
like a
that's not
culture
what American
based on
Black
the skin
culture
tone of those
is
who
based
exist
on.
within it, that's
Whick,
racist.
stop. That's not what American Black culture is based on. It's based on a history that is shared. And yes, that history that is shared is a product of the Blackness, but it's not as the Blackness is not the shared experience. This is not something that African Americans share with Black people in Nigeria, right? There is no Black experience that is shared between a Nigerian living in Lagos or whatever and someone
But if a
living
Nigerian,
in rural Alabama who was a
Nigerian,
descendant of slaves.
if a Nigerian came to America, right, and moved
Yeah.
to America, there would be some overlap in the experience that they have
There
with
would-
someone who was born and raised in America.
Once the
right?
person came to America,
Mhm.
there is a way that people are treated as a product of their skin color in the United States even today. But I'm saying that the experience, so long as you're in Lagos, of being Black has no relevance to the experience of being
Sure.
Black and the descendant of slaves in the United States. So when we say that there's a culture of being Black and the descendant of slaves in the United States, we're not saying that there's a writ large experience as a product of skin. We're saying that there's a writ large experience.
I don't
context of
disagree
the
with
United
how you're
States in
coming at
relation
this,
to
but I
skin.
disagree. Where we disagree is I think that when we uphold things like Black culture, right? What we are upholding is necessarily that there is a difference between someone who is of a darker skin tone and someone who is not of that skin tone. And I don't like
the way
that.
they're
I think that's
treated.
more harmful. I think that's
Whick,
more
in the
harmful.
way that they're treated. In the way that society interacts with a person who has a dark skin tone, yes,
Yeah, we should get
the
rid
way
of
that
that.
society interacts with them is different today.
And we should
in the
stop
United
that.
States.
We should get rid of it. We should do
Okay,
away with it.
okay,
It's
okay.
bad.
Yes,
It's not
of course we
good.
need to of course, yes, we should get rid of institutions that have those kinds of problems, obviously. But to suggest that the way that we get rid of those is by negating any kinds of creation of space and creation of life and individualism that springs out as a product of that, all of the religious traditions that are rich histories, the music traditions, the all of these different things that are the product of Black Americans who have
We should
descended
not
of
get
slaves.
rid of it. We should open it. We should say, hey, everyone
not
who
what
wants
Vaush
and
is
enjoys
doing.
this culture should be able to participate
Whick,
in it and enjoy.
Do you honestly think that that is what Vaush is doing when he attacks a Black woman for liking white cock?
No.
Okay, so that's the point that we're
But
talking
I am
about.
saying
We're asking whether or not that was a
my
racialized attack.
criticism with your Substack piece is
Yeah.
that I think that him criticizing elements of Black culture, Black separatism, or even Black content creators themselves, isn't necessarily racial, nor should we view it as racial. When he does bring in the white cock shit, that's racial. We should attack him on that. Absolutely.
Mhm.
That's bad. He shouldn't do that, right? And I'm with you there. 100% we can side by side on the battle lines, arm in arm, kumbaya, all of that. But the point you were making, at least as I understood it in the Substack, was that by targeting these are the accusations you made, that Vaush specifically targeted smaller Black creators, and that by doing so, right, it disincentivized and stopped the growth of Black creators in this space, which is overwhelmingly and majoritarily male and white. Those were your arguments, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
so
we've established. So yes, this is a good pivot. So we've established my first contention is essentially that I think that these are a type of attack because they are going from white, from predominant, from male, from predominant, to female, to black, on the basis of gender, on the basis of race. But these are a bad type of attack to be engaged in.
Do you think that's why he attacked them? Because they were black or female?
Whether or not it's the reason that he attacked them, it's the way that he attacked them. Does that make sense?
Sure, the white cock thing was bad. Can you give me some other examples? Like the culture thing was bullshit. Like that example doesn't support your point.
The way that you go about attacking someone is a different thing than the reason that you're attacking them.
Sure,
right?
I'll agree with that.
Okay, so the reason that he's attacking them might be perfectly legitimate. I have no idea. I don't. Okay. That's not really my focus here, or at least it wasn't the focus of the Substack. The focus is the way that he's going about attacking them, which is on the basis of gender and race.
Can you give me, other than the white cock example, an example of how he attacks Soul Bunny in a racial way?
Do you not think... Okay, I don't understand how you can make that expectation.
No, I'm just asking.
You're
so
saying
we're
this is the most obvious smoking gun example of him attacking a black woman who is a smaller content creator on the basis of being a black woman. And then you're saying... Don't use that example.
No, you already used it, and I agree with you. I agree with you. Like, we don't have anything to discuss here. Yeah, that was bad. He shouldn't have done that.
Okay, cool. So that's my first.
But that isn't enough. Let's go on to the next section.
If we agree on that.
Yeah.
If we agree on that, then let's go on to the next.
Sure.
Component.
Yeah. Give me another example. That's what I'm asking for.
The next component. Well, I don't want to give another example. I want to give the next.
But no. Stop. Because you need more than one. You need to demonstrate a pattern of behavior, right? Because that's your accusation, that this is a pattern of behavior, right?
I'm not making a claim. I'm not making a claim. Like, if you want me to list the same things that I listed in the Substack, I forget exactly what they were, but I listed the destruction of Israel commentary, using the N-words in the debates. These are old examples, right? These are not things that happened in the last month. But I'm not trying to make a categorical condemnation of Vaush. I don't hate Vaush. I think that he's broadly on the left. I think he's broadly probably good for the left even. But I think that this is an example of a type of behavior that is really dangerous and we shouldn't be engaging in. And I also want to point out the second component, which is the framing of this particular instance is sort of coupled with the second component, which is that he's choosing who he engages with, right?
Sure.
He doesn't this is a massively smaller content creator. If ContraPoints makes a claim about him, if PhilosophyTube makes a claim about him, if Destiny makes a claim about him, there's a reasonable case to be made that he kind of has to engage with it because these are big content creators. But we're not talking about big content creators. Soul Bunny, no one knew who Soul Bunny was 2 weeks ago, right? We had no idea who this was. And he decided to pick this up and decided to pick this fight.
It's an easy
and it
fight.
Wouldn't be something that would have been thought about otherwise.
Yeah,
and it begs the question,
but she said something really dumb.
Let me finish the point. It begs the reason why he chooses to engage in this kinds of attack against these kinds of creators instead of making arguments against someone like me, someone like you. It begs that question. And I think that the obvious answer is that he is choosing, not randomly, which people he does and does not choose to antagonize. And I think it's worth questioning whether or not there's a utility in this space to antagonizing particular pieces of people on the basis of their gender, on the basis of their race.
I think that making content creators immune from criticism based on their gender or their race is actually...
That's not what I said.
Racist. But that's the implication of what you say.
No,
right?
it's not.
I understand that's not what you intend to say. Like, we talked about this before. Just real quick, please. I let you speak for a while. I want to speak now. Right? So... Again, as we spoke of before, there is what you say and then there's what you hear. Like, what you say and what you communicate are not the same thing, right? So when you say, hey, we should give this group, right? We should be wary about coming after this group when they say something stupid, right? Then what you are doing is you are saying these people are fundamentally different and fundamentally should be played and treated with different rules. And that is something I want to get rid of. I don't want to have to check the skin tone of who I am criticizing if they say some stupid shit before I criticize them, right? And if I said stupid shit about Vaush, I promise you, right, Vaush might come after me. And you know what? Soul Bunny said some stupid shit. Not just about Vaush and other content creators, but she called one of Vaush's someone close to Vaush's orbit.
His disciples. Call them disciples. Yeah.
Orbiters, disciples.
No, they're disciples. They're no longer orbiters.
They're
disciples.
disciples. Yeah.
Yeah.
She took a racial swipe at one of his disciples. If someone gave one of my disciples, right, and came after one of my disciples, yes, even if they're small, I would defend them. You can't do that and expect nothing.
Of course
to
you
happen.
can. I'm not claiming that you can't attack black women. Obviously, you can attack black women. I'm saying that
you can attack black women. Get that clip, spread it around the internet. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
You can obviously do that. The question is how you go about those attacks, right? It is different for you to make fun of my nose as a Jew than to make fun of a Christian person's nose. It is different to make fun of a black person's ears than to make fun of a white person's ears, right? These are all
the impact
the person differently.
The impact is a difference. Whether you should or not, it's the same though. I would say
it's not the same. Attacks need to be considered.
Okay, so yes, we can say that the impact of these acts are different, right? But we can also say that the acts themselves are both bad for the same reason, right?
No, they're not.
I don't understand how you're getting this. Not getting this.
That's not true. If you make fun of my eye color or my ears, you're making fun of me on the basis of my ears or my eye color. If you make fun of my nose, you're making fun of me on the basis of my being Jewish. They're not the same.
No, I would be like, would this change, right? If you had not told me you were Jewish, I would not know you were Jewish.
Right, but
I started attacking your nose because
but
I think your nose looks weird for a reason, right?
Vaush does know.
Sure. And I understand. But again, back to my point. But
he's using the racial. So don't obfuscate around like,
oh my God, yes, we agree. He shouldn't have made the white dick joke. I agree with you. He made a mistake. Even if it was a mistake, even if it was purposeful, that was bad of him to do. It was bad. He shouldn't have done it. Not Vaush, if you're listening, if you're gonna listen to this, Vaush.
Yeah.
Don't make fun of black women by mentioning white people's cocks. Just leave my cock out of this, okay? Just leave my cock out of this. This is fine, right? But that said, right, the implication of the charges you were making here is that he has a pattern of behavior and not only Vaush, but other content creators have a pattern of behavior to go after black and female creators, and this is something we should not do, or we should think twice about doing, or we should do to a different extent. And I disagree with that. If you're playing in the pool, you play by the rules that we all do. I think that we can attack some of the incentive structures that are out there, right? That are separate from streamers themselves, that I think lead to a lot of the reasons that men are predominant in this space compared to women. But that's been changing over the years. It is overwhelmingly male, but we are getting more and more females in this space, more and more women, more and more black creators are coming up, right? And I think that, right, by treating them special, it reifies this segregation. It's a weird form of segregation, man.
Before we move on there, just can you name large, other than Shark and Kidology,
𝕝𝖎𝖎 is a large black creator.
𝕝𝖎𝖎 is not in this space at all.
Oh, so you're talking about Twitch specifically?
I'm saying in this space.
Prime Kai.
Yeah, in the Twitch poll world.
Fnatic.
Fnatic is tiny. Also tiny.
What do you mean by, what do you mean a large, I can't name a lot of large white creators in this space, man. I'm just saying, I'm looking at my
Vaush, Destiny, Central Committee.
Is Vaush in Twitch?
Is he in Twitch poll? Yeah, he's in Twitch poll. Whether you're literally on Twitch or not, I don't think Destiny's on Twitch right now, right?
Yeah, I wouldn't. But
he's in Twitch poll.
Yeah, 𝕝𝖎𝖎 isn't on, but he's been engaging with Twitch poll. He's been taking shots at Destiny. Have you not seen this? He's taking shots at Vaush. So why are we saying 𝕝𝖎𝖎 isn't in Twitch poll when he's not really on Twitch? But we are saying, well, Vaush and Destiny aren't really on Twitch either, but they're still in Twitch poll. How are you drawing these lines?
That's interesting. Yeah, that's probably a fair criticism. Okay, 𝕝𝖎𝖎 is probably in this space.
Sure.
Yeah, you're right. That's fair. Yeah. Okay. So we have him. We have Kidology, and we have I named one other person. I forget. Oh, Shark. I don't think that that's
I think
very
Prime
many.
Kai. Prime Kai's well,
Prime
he's
Kai
not
used to be
as
big.
big as
That's
Shark,
true.
but he's about 100 viewers,
That's true.
right? Like
Yeah,
average. I think
that's true.
anything over 100 viewers, I consider big. Honestly, that's me.
Interesting.
And
Yeah,
𝕲𝖎,
all of these
he's
people
another
combined
person
are
in this
not the size
space,
of Destiny.
right?
All of these people combined are not the size of Destiny or Vaush or Hassan.
Fair, but no one like you are taking the outliers, right? These are outliers. These are all outliers.
Sure, but
Destiny, Vaush,
they're
and Hassan
outliers that are
outliers.
universally white and male, right?
Yes, that's fair. That's fine.
Right. So when the outliers are universally white and male, there was a study a while back, and I wish I had it off my hand. But there's a study that was on like it was just a mathematical equation of it was supposed to be 95% of this thing of getting to the top 10 people on it who are going to become like the CEOs of the world or whatever. There's like 100,000 people, and 95% of the points are on the basis of skill, and 5% of the points are based on luck. And so luck is going to be just some number between 1 and 5. And the skill is going to be.
Maybe we can skip this argument because I agree with
No,
you.
I want to finish it because I think it's important.
Okay.
The skill is 95%. What they found is that literally every single person who ended up in the top 10 of this 100,000, all of them had 5 out of 5 on luck. Now, obviously, they also were really good on the skill, 95%, but they also had this 5%, which was luck. And I would argue that there was probably a 5% equivalent, which is being a white man in this space.
Maybe. I mean, like, I would, yeah, maybe, probably true.
Okay, so
I just don't see. I don't see where that matters. Like, when we're not talking.
Because what it means is that in this space, it is a prerequisite to getting to the size of Destiny or Vaush or Hassan to be potentially to be a white male. At the very least, that is all the people who we've seen make it at their level.
But just because okay. In the narrow confines of Twitch poll, correct. Outside of that, we look at 𝕬𝖎𝖙, we look at 𝕵𝖎𝖙, we look at other major, huge Black creators, right?
Sure.
Like, so maybe in the very narrow confines of Twitch poll, you might be correct, but I would argue that Twitch poll represents a very, very small sample size, and the sample size we have is not large enough to make such a large claim.
But it's the context in which Vaush is operating.
Sure.
And if it's the context in which Vaush is operating,
but let's
operation,
walk down like this idea that you
good.
have that we can't engage, right? Or we can't criticize. One of the things
I never said that you can't criticize it. I said that you can't criticize on the basis of race. And that it's different to criticize on the basis of race if you are criticizing on the basis of race towards a historically oppressed racial group.
I don't think Vaush, and this is a disagreement, I don't think Vaush in general. Right? You can give me some examples where I'm like, yeah, that was
he did in that case.
He should not have done.
Case is about that case.
Soul Bunny? With Soul Bunny? Specifically?
I was more making a case in the case of Professor Flowers, but sure, probably in the case of Soul Bunny as well.
Okay, well, what was the racial part of what he did? Was the white cock, was that toward? I thought that was towards Professor Flowers, but I could be wrong. Was that towards Soul Bunny?
It was against both, actually.
Really? So
yeah. So in his defense, the point was made by Soul Bunny originally, something about like white, making fun of Vaush's whiteness, and then Vaush came back with an equivalent attack. Basically,
so neither of these people should have done what they did.
Professor Flowers in the first place. But the point is that he's repeating.
But on a pragmatic level, if you open that door, I mean, right? If you open that door by taking racial swipes, it's not good. No, I agree with you that it's not good that he swiped back. But you open that door, brother.
Hold on. Okay, when we walked in here, I don't know your racial background, but like, let's say you're black. Dude. Okay, but I'm going to pretend that you're black here, right? When we walked in here, you said something nice about my beard. But let's pretend instead
liked your
that
beard.
you said something like vaguely ribbing about my beard. Not like genuinely disrespectful, but like vaguely ribbing about my beard instead. And my response was to just like start screaming the N-word at you. Oh, like both of us made an attack on the other person's body. It's the same.
Sure.
No, it's not the same.
Sure.
It's not the same at all.
But
You're lying. It's not the same.
But in this case, where again, as it's being reported to me, right? As it's being reported to me, she took a swipe at his race, right? Now, if obviously if he had started dropping the hard R, absolutely that's unacceptable.
Right.
But him making that comment, which was bad, isn't
Okay,
outside of the
so
realm of like this doesn't make him
beard,
anti-black.
Not beard. You call me pasty. You, comma, a black man,
you
call me pasty, right?
But that's not what
I'm
she
offended because you
did.
call me pasty.
Was it?
So then I start screaming the N-word at you.
Okay, gang, maybe I need the exact words here so I
okay?
can see, because context matters here. I think context matters here. Depending on what racial comment she made, I'm going to have a different view, right? So can you can anyone find me this tweet where she took a swipe at his whiteness?
Give me a second.
Because depending on how she did that would matter. Context matters here. If she just called him pasty, that's much different than if he said something like the audacity of caucasity, or I don't know, even though that's funny, right? Audacity of caucasity.
Audacity of caucasity. So if I say the audacity, if a black woman says audacity of caucasity, then it's okay to scream the N-word at them because they said the audacity. But I don't think it's totally out of pocket. And I would still condemn this, to be clear. I'm still condemning what Vaush is doing here, but I don't think we should judge him too harshly or someone too harshly if someone started screaming the audacity of Cassidy. Just someone say, shut up, 𝕲𝖏, or something like that, right? I don't think we should judge these things like, you know what I mean? Like, really? You don't see the difference between the audacity of caucasity and shut up, 𝕲𝖏? Really?
In terms of harm, no.
In terms of the implication to broader groups, you really don't see that. Like
if one doesn't make you anti-white or anti-black, right? These do not do it for me, right? They're not enough. You got to give me more. I need more. If I'm going to have racism, I want like solid racism, right? I want solid.
So
no microaggressions for me, macro only.
Okay, so anti-black is not enough for you to consider it to be racist.
No, I don't think it's anti-black. You haven't gotten past that with me. I don't think Vaush has been anti-black here. I think what he said was uncouth, right? He shouldn't have said that, right? But I don't think it's anti-black, right? Just like someone, right? Who says something rude, right? Something rude. They behave rudely. I don't think that necessarily makes them a rude person. They shouldn't have behaved rudely in that instance, but if that's the only instance you got, and they had a singular instance, or maybe one or two instances over thousands of hours of them being rude, it doesn't make them rude. And thank you, by the way, for the subs and the bits, gang. I see you, Changebox. I appreciate you, Changebox. Continue, fund me. Super chats, if you want to ask this guy questions, would be nice too. But continue, please. I'm sorry. Oh, I see your tweet. Hold on.
Yeah. Vaush said, at least now I know I can effortlessly beat the racism allegations by reminding people I've fucked black women. Can't believe so many people here are furious at the logic of a queer black trans woman who I am simply listening and deferring to. So this is in
do you think that's anti-black? Because again, I remember this tweet. I've seen this tweet. She said, I'm anti-white. I guess I better inform my white boyfriend, right? That's what she said. Paraphrase, pretty much.
That sounds right.
Sounds right to me, right?
Yeah.
I don't see it to be out of pocket or anti-black or out of line at all to turn that argument around and say, well, you know what? If you are going to excuse what you're doing because you have a white boyfriend, I can excuse what I'm doing because I have a black girlfriend. Neither of these, he's just drawing a comparison to how neither of these things, him having a black girlfriend or her having a white boyfriend, neither matters. Neither has anything to do with the points being made here. Do you think they do?
Yeah, okay. I think that you're probably right on Soul Bunny. I think that it's probably just a matter of what he did to Professor Flowers, and I think you're probably right about Soul Bunny. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So we agree that Soul Bunny was okay and that Professor Flowers was not okay.
The white cock comment wasn't okay. Again, I will change my mind if it gets more context to it that I'm not aware of, right? But as of from how you presented it, right? And I'm sorry to couch these things, but I try to couch these things. I try to be very particular, right? I'm not always I'm not always good at it, but I try. If more context comes out to show that she had been making fun of like his white cock and then he made a white cock joke.
Gotcha.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, I have an admission now that we have come to this conclusion. Are you ready for my admission? The Substack that we've been referring to throughout this. How long do you think it took me to write that?
I couldn't even begin to guess. 20 minutes? An hour?
Which one of those? Which one do you think?
Let's go with 20 minutes.
It took me more like 7.
7 minutes. Okay.
Yeah. Why do you think it took me 7 minutes?
Well, probably because you were able to find some examples to support your point pretty quickly, right? That you were able to build your narrative, which again, this is a narrative that you have. And so if you go around, if you got a hammer, you find nails, right?
It was because I think maybe I cheated. What I did is I used GPT-4. I have written in 2 days 46 articles.
Oh, using ChatGPT? Okay.
Using ChatGPT. Yeah. I don't think that we understand right now how monumental this shift is going to be. And I'm a little
Motherfucker, was this like a bait and switch to get me into an AI argument? Like, is this what we're doing now?
On what you wanted to argue about for a full hour. It's not a bait and switch. It's a
we can do this, I guess.
And now there's a secondary thing that I'm also interested in.
Oh no, okay. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about ChatGPT. Okay?
Yeah.
Give us your argument.
Okay. I don't even have an argument. I'm just existentially horrified, but also very excited. Okay. Here's my thinking. I've been wondering a lot. I have a lot of different thoughts. So just for context, I'm planning to put out like 15 videos this week on the subject. But I have a lot of thoughts, but I think that the one that I want to start with is I'm wondering what you think the comparative advantage of humans is over these systems.
Well, I think that when it comes to selection, right? So I think ChatGPT can pump out articles, can pump out very, a variety of scripts for movies, books. It can pump out articles like you just demonstrated there. But when it comes to curation, I think that's where humans currently, this might change as technology advances, has the edge, right? It has the edge in both how to present this information, right, to the public, to curate this information, and the quality of the information that you get from these prompts wildly varies based on the specificity as well as the quality of the input prompt from the human. So I would say that to answer your question directly, curation and presentation are the two current advantages that humans have, right, over ChatGPT.
Okay. In terms of curation, how do you think that you teach kids curation in schools?
I guess I'm not an educator. I can't begin to answer this in an educated manner. I would guess as a layman, right? And please forgive me if this sounds stupid as hell, is simply by demonstrating examples, showing them examples, walking them through how these examples were arrived at, and doing that. Right?
Interesting. All right, here's my
how to interpret, because the important part with curation is, at least in a social media environment, is how can we phrase and present something, and which information do we choose that we think that the public will most enjoy, right? And that process, I think, is something that currently ChatGPT and AI art in general isn't the best at.
Here's my hot take. I think that we need to be teaching children to ramble.
Elaborate.
I think that the comparative advantage that we have is our capacity to have a whole bunch of ideas, some of them directly in contradiction with other ideas that we also hold, and our ability to play with all of those and play them off one another in ways that don't fit under a single thesis. And so therefore, I think that what it means to be good at writing and what it means to be good at creation, at this point, now that it's so easy to fling out something, once you've established a thesis that is in line with that thesis, it's about figuring out just a rambling litany of theses.
Okay. I don't know if I agree or disagree, to be honest. I'd have to think about it more. I think that one of the advantages also, and again, I'm not educated on how ChatGPT works, so maybe it works similarly, but
Yeah.
discussions like this, where we challenge each other's theses, I think that leads to better theses in the future. So by bouncing ideas off of each other, cutting the ones that are bad, promoting the ones that are good, and by collaboration, right, is a very strong thing. So rambling when it comes to brainstorming sessions and things like that, I think I can be on board with you. Teaching them to brainstorm is how I would phrase it, though, because I think that collaboration, brainstorming, rambling is one way to do that, but it's not the only way. But in doing this, right, and throwing a cloud of stuff and then editing and pairing it and curating it down, awesome. I agree with you. Okay.
Interesting. Okay, so we agree on the ramblings. Now I'm just going to continue to ramble and just like list other things that I also think. I think that like conservatism has massively changed in the last like 10 years or so, in terms of, well, because I would say that conservatism used to be about small government, but now it's about the preservation of values as like a primary component of like social.
Can you repeat that last part? I'm sorry.
I think it used to be
The
about
preservation
of social values, conservation of like present social values. So social values around trans issues, social values around family, social values around marriage, all of those different things. But that's a primary driving component.
You don't think it was before?
I think that under the period of Reaganism, no, that was not a primary driver. I think the primary driver was markets, but that those things used to be linkable and they weren't in contradiction. But I think that now that those things are in active contradiction.
I disagree simply because I think that conservative, by definition, is the preservation of values. It's conservation, right, of traditional values, however they may look, both in terms of free market, small government, as well as more traditional in terms of, in a lot of cases, not all cases, religious, family, what it means to be a man and a woman, what it means to be an American even, right? These are all things that have been since the 60s and before, right? Core tenets of conservatism. Now, how they have manifested absolutely has changed. How they have been argued for and how they have been platformed absolutely has changed. But at the end of the day, I don't think the core of it has changed at all. I think conservatism is and always will be, right, at least for the foreseeable future, the conservation of what this group of people thinks of as core traditional values.
Okay. And do you think that that is becoming more oppositional to small government?
I'm not sure. I have to think about that more. I don't know.
Well, do you think that there are new technologies that are direct attacks against conservative social values that you're describing?
New technologies? Such as?
Yeah.
Can you give me an example?
Sure. Something like the ability to genetically modify children. Like designer babies.
Yeah, I think that is seen as a threat in a lot of circles.
Right?
Okay. But
something like
cloning, for example, right? Cloning is seen as a threat, right?
Yep.
And it's still seen as a threat and things like that.
Yep.
But I don't think it's changed the conservative movement any.
Right. But that's something that if your frame is primarily about small government, you will come out on a different side of that than if your frame is primarily about the preservation of values.
It's where you rack and stack your values, where you rank your values. Sure. Yeah, I think that's
sure. But so then that means that the dominant component of conservatism, the dominant component of Republicans is massively shifting. And I argue that the Democratic Party has not shifted nearly to the same degree. I think it's a problem for us.
Oh. Can you give me an example of that? Like, how have we, like, in what ways are we not adapting? And what ways would you like us to adapt? Right?
Absolutely. So for example, on housing, it turns out we now have enough data on this that it's pretty much objectively clear that it is very much in the interest of ensuring housing affordability for low-income people to build, baby, build, and just make a lot of houses. And there is a fetishization almost of this idea of like rent control and this idea of these policies that just don't work. Yeah, go for it.
Are you reading these arguments off of ChatGPT as we speak?
No, I'm not.
Okay.
I'm reading this off of my ramblings. That I have a list of ramblings. I have like 14 pages of ramblings that I am reading this off of, but I'm not reading this off ChatGPT now. Why?
Okay. I was just curious if this was another meta.
That's interesting. If I did do that, would that make the arguments better or worse?
It wouldn't change the arguments. I don't know if it'd make them better or worse, but it would annoy me because I'm not here to talk about AI. And I'm going to be real with you, right?
Yeah.
I'm not prepared for this conversation. It annoys me a little bit. It annoys me a little bit.
It annoys you.
It annoys me because I thought we were going to here to be talking about one thing, right?
We did for an hour.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right. But I don't know if I even care about the GPT stuff. I don't know if I care that much.
Yeah.
Dude. Like, and so I'm just trying to I'm trying to decide okay, let me ask my audience. Audience, what do you think? What's your thoughts here? Should we continue to talk about this?
What are the thoughts?
Should I allow people to come in and question him for a little bit? Should I kick him out and rant? Should I what should I do here? What do we think? What should be done? No, the defendant can talk in a little bit, right? I'll mute you if I have to, right? Okay. I want the jury to decide right now. I'm going to make a poll. It's going to be a short poll. But we're going to decide the fate of Quibbles over coffee.
Interesting.
Okay, first, kick. Second, keep and talk AI. Third, allow open call-ins, I guess will be the third one. So I will allow you to vote. The duration is going to be a minute long. So if you... I am curious
during that minute.
Go ahead.
During that minute, I'm curious. Yeah. Why is it relevant to you in terms of deciding whether or not the argument is or isn't a good argument, whether or not the argument was written by ChatGPT?
I don't think it's relevant to me if the strength of the argument. I think that ideas, no matter the source, stand on their merit and should stand on their merit. So even if these ideas came from an AI, if they're good ideas, if they're good arguments, then I will take them seriously. If they came from a child and they're good arguments and decent arguments, I'll take them seriously. If they came from a racist and they're good arguments and they're decent arguments, I'll take them seriously. The messenger is not the message, and I think to our detriment, we have entangled these, and I think we need to disentangle it.
Interesting. Because the reason I asked that is that I think that like a lot of the media that we're going to be reading in the near future, and some of the amount of media that we are reading already, is generated by GPT-4. And I happen to be someone who's like very explicitly saying that, but most people don't explicitly say it, but I think it's just as true for a lot of them. But anyway. Okay,
your fate's been decided. We're going to open it up so people can challenge your takes and challenge you.
Open
challenge your views, probably on Vaush, because that's what everyone came here to talk about, to be real with
That's totally fair. Yeah, that's totally fine.
So, gang, if you are in YouTube or if you are in Twitch and you think what this man has said has been silly and a problem for you, if you have contention with him, or if you're like, Whick, you're dumb, and we need to talk to you because how dumb you are, and you want to come in Here's the
Would
Discord.
you like it if a computer pretended to be a human, then don't pretend to be a computer? That's interesting.
Hop
Am I
backstage, click
pretending to be
that
a
link,
computer?
hop backstage, and I'll pull you in. Cool, gang?
Am I
Cool.
pretending to be a computer by using it as a component of arriving at ideas? I don't think it's true. I think that, like, if I use CNN as a way of arriving at my ideas, am I pretending to be CNN? Like, maybe I just genuinely can find that their views are convincing to me, and then I'm using the arguments of CNN on the basis of them being good arguments. And yes, I arrived at them as a product of CNN, but I am not pretending to be CNN. I don't know why you would suggest that if I'm arriving at opinions as a product of an iterative process of interactions with an algorithm, that makes my opinions the opinions of the algorithm. It might just be true that there is a link between them. Like, if you listen to Destiny a lot, does that mean that you're just a talking parrot that's repeating Destiny's opinions, or do you just agree with him? I don't know. I actually don't have an answer to that. I don't know. I'm not.
I think
trying
that
to
the media you consume does inform your opinions, either in contention to or in agreement with. I don't think that's a bad thing. I don't think it's something that should be avoided. I think that, like, gang, if you want to pay me to mute him or kick him, you can. If you pay me $10, I'll put him on mute for 10 minutes. If you pay me $50, I'll just kick him from the call. $50 in super chat or $50 worth of gift subs and bits, we'll kick him from the call and we'll do something else. And you can bypass democracy. This will be a lesson, right, in capitalism and how capitalism and democracy are sometimes at odds. It would be a good, it's a blatant appeal to cash money, right? Cash money.
Yeah. Do you think that those articles that I wrote are fake news?
What do you mean fake news?
Like, if they're true,
no, they're
but
not
they're
fake.
generated,
if the facts that you have established are true, then the facts are true, right? I think that the implications, as we've argued about today, I just very much disagree with it, right? But that would be true regardless of whether it came from you and your brain or from an AI program.
Yeah, and the answer is that it's sort of both, right? The answer is that I gave it a paragraph on here's what I think, and here are some links to some stuff. And then it was like, okay, I'm going to write a paper on this. And they gave me a paper. Yeah.
I think that, like, again, it comes into humans as a curation. You can give a prompt, they can give a response, and depending on how much you agree with it, you can mess with that response. You can edit it. You can take out or add in to your taste. And I think that's where the human component, to bring it back to this, will come in, is that we will turn into more designers than creators. And I think that's fine. I think there's still going to be some creation that is done. There will always be a market for homegrown, right? Because some people would put value, right? Some people would put value on things done directly by humans, right? Like, I think that this would be a domain of the rich versus the domain of the poor. Well, there would probably be there will probably
you didn't know
come. No, I get you. What I'm trying to answer your question. The problem would come, like, there would be a verification process where maybe you would have to video yourself writing it out, or video yourself. I'm not sure what the actual mechanisms would look like here, but I can imagine us developing mechanisms that would certify that it came directly from your brain to your hand. Now, doing research and things like that, putting things into your brain, I don't think we can stop it from happening, that you get ideas from different sources. But when it comes to actually writing it out, brain to paper, right? I think that I can imagine at least ways that we can make verification checks for that.
I think that you are naive and you should play with this technology more, because I think that is just wholly incorrect. There's no way that we're going to be able to tell. In the context of video, we'll be able to tell for a while. In the context of photos, we'll be able to tell for a while. In the context of writing, we already can't tell. yeah, I don't know if that's necessarily a bad thing. I don't know whether or not art should be defined. Like, a lot of artists like to say that art should be defined based on process, not based on production. I think they're just wrong. I think that art is always going to be defined based on production.
Yes, I do think that different methods of production can lead to better art, but AI is changing that, right? I think that AI skips that. But AI mimics, right? It is a mimic machine, right? It's very sophisticated mimic
Sure.
machine.
But there are certain
that
things
is
that you should
mimicry at the end of the day. It, at least as of yet, hasn't been revolutionary or novel in the sense of the art it creates. In the process, it has
Mimicry,
been revolutionary.
yeah.
But in
Mimicry,
the
I would
product,
argue,
it has not been revolutionary as of yet.
mimicry, I'd argue, is a matter, and I'm hoping for calls. Where are the call people? This is absurd.
We all came to talk to you about Vaush.
You all voted.
No one wanted to
You all
talk to you
voted.
about this.
You all
We
voted
wanted
in
to talk to you
hatred and
about
animosity
Vaush.
against me, doing precisely what I'm doing currently. And then you're all just like, no, he can continue doing the thing that he's doing, which is entirely your fault, and I refuse to apologize because it's your fault. But yeah, I think that, like, the mimicry component is true, but I'd argue that the majority of what we do in art is mimicry. Like, when we're trying to make,
I don't disagree. Most people aren't revolutionary. Most artists, writers,
well, it's not even
most
just that.
content creators, right, aren't
Yeah.
revolutionary. My format is iterative rather than
Sure.
revolutionary, right?
But
Like,
even
I'm
if you're doing
iterating on
something,
content that has been done before. This is nothing new, right?
sure, but even if you're doing something that is genuinely novel, you're not trying to be novel in every dimension simultaneously.
Nope.
You're trying to be
That would be
novel
silly.
in one component. And so everything else, the overwhelming majority of even novel pieces of art, aren't novel. And so therefore, the rest of that component can, like, instead of wasting your time repeating the same step of, okay, I know how to write an essay. This is how you write an essay so that it is convincing. I'm going to write a convincing essay, blah, 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 which every single person who's gotten an English major or anything in liberal arts writ large, really, in college, knows full well that people get to a point where you can pump out an essay that is an A paper in an hour, and it's going to be fine. It's going to be good enough, right? But, like, that's not actually teaching you anything. You're just repeating the same tired old steps. The actual, like, value is the small modicums of those papers that are genuinely novel, and the genuine novelty only takes, of that hour, maybe 20 minutes. So if we're instead able to spend 30 minutes on the genuinely novel and the paper takes 30 minutes total, that's better.
Okay, I don't disagree. I think getting the mundane out of the way, it's an automation task, right?
But then that's why I'm frustrated.
I don't think
that I'm frustrated with you. When you asked me whether or not I was reading off of ChatGPT, I'm frustrated with you. Why do you care?
Because reading them off of ChatGPT wouldn't necessarily make them novel, right? And it would be annoying to me because I don't want ChatGPT's answers. I want your bespoke answers, right?
You want my bespoke answers.
Your bespoke answers to the questions. I want your bespoke thoughts. If I want to talk to ChatGPT, I don't need you. I don't need you.
See.
You are a middleman in this. I can just do it
here's
myself.
A hot take.
Right?
Are you ready for a hot take?
What's are you an AI program entirely? Has this been AI the whole time? Are you an AI facial recognition program?
Literally, I have nothing in front of me other than your Twitch stream and also your comments, because I've been occasionally reading your comments as well. But, like, here's my hot take. If you genuinely believe that, then you should never speak to any conventional Democrat or Republican ever again, because their opinions are already universalized.
I get you.
Accessible.
I understand what you're saying. I don't necessarily disagree, But one of the benefits of having these people on, even if they give the very party line answers, is I can press them on it, and I can try to crack apart their thin veneer of party line answers to get to their gooey center of what they actually believe. And that's on me if I can do that or not, right?
Right,
Like,
they're not as good
it becomes a
arguing.
contest, which in and of itself is interesting to me. The labor I put in to crack aside the political pageantry, right? To get to the actual core of what someone believes and thinks. That process, the process itself, is fun for me. I enjoy doing it. And the reward I get for successfully doing it, I also enjoy. And I hope, I think, I pray my audience values and enjoys as well.
Interesting. Okay, so I'm obviously a genius, but I would argue that most people are incredibly stupid, or at the very least, not as smart and not as good at writing a cogent argument.
Most people are of average intelligence, but go ahead.
Sure. Okay. Yeah, most people are of average intelligence.
Trivially true. They're average. The intelligence level of most people is average.
Yeah. No. Yeah. Sure. That's fair. But yeah, I would say that like the average person, if they're just repeating the talking points of the Democratic Party, is not going to be as good at repeating the talking points of the Democratic Party as the amalgamation of the talking points of the Democratic Party, as described either by the Democratic Party website or by ChatGPT or equivalent services like it.
ChatGPT doesn't have its own opinions though, so I don't really care about what it.
Right, but if you're talking to someone who's repeating opinions anyway, why is it different to talk to?
Because the person who's repeating opinions, whether they know it or not, whether they realize it or not, has actual core opinions. Most of them, right? Most people aren't actually sheep. I know it's a meme to say, oh, sheeple, right? Just following the crowd.
Right.
But I don't believe that. I don't think that most people are actually sheep. I think most people deep down operate on a set of principles and values that they hold for a variety of reasons. And what I find interesting is finding out what those actual beliefs are, why they actually believe what they do, and why that informs their political pageantry and their adherence to social norms or political norms that the party they identify with or agree with. That's what's interesting to me. I don't care. I tell people all this the time. I don't care if you're right or wrong. I just want to know what you think, right? I don't want the right answer. I want your answer. I don't want the solution. I want your opinion, right?
During this conversation, I looked up Neo-Endian architecture.
Oh God!
I forgot the previous one, the Vaush part, the part that you loved and you appreciated. The Vaush part.
I don't know if I loved it, but it was fun. It was more interesting to me than this. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, I think it was more interesting to me because I actually have been wanting to talk about this for a while. Katie won't talk about it with me on stream. He refuses. I don't know why. But you jumped in on that conversation, right? And you said, hey, I have an opinion on this. And I want to talk about it. And that was great because I want to talk about this, right? I don't care if it's Katie or not, right? I want to talk with someone who has a strong opinion that I can interlocute with and that we disagree with, and that we can have an actual discussion, and then in the course of disagreeing with each other, either A, meet somewhere in the middle or come to some kind of understanding, or, right, one of us would emerge victorious in the marketplace of ideas, right? And either way, it would be interesting content. It would be something that I could, my audience might enjoy. It would be something that people can actually, talk about and do these things. But like that was what I wanted from this. Yes.
Yeah. So, okay. So what was it about that conversation that you enjoyed?
The back and forth and taking your arguments and picking them apart. That was fun.
Okay. But like, why that topic? We could have talked about
I think
topic.
that we as as Twitch Bowl writ large, right? That I think we have a problem. This incident is indicative of a larger cancer that has spread throughout our body politic of reifying race and reifying neo-segregation, right? Like this neo-racism that is being engaged with that I want to fight against and I want to push back against. I think that I value, right? I am an anti-racist. Not how most people would say anti-racist, but an actual anti-racist. And that I think that by reifying racial structures, whether they be black racial structures or white racial structures, reifies race, and I want to get rid of it. I want to get out of it. I think it's bad.
Okay. Would you have been equally interested in a conversation about large language models and their capacity?
Yes, but I would have curated that. I would have come prepared. I would have brought people that had different opinions.
I want to finish my question. Specifically, a conversation about large language models and Kamala Harris's critique about their capacity to institutionalize existing prejudice on the basis of racial prejudice.
Yes, that is an interesting conversation about the racial reification that AI can potentially, and in some cases, people would say actually, is engaging in right now. I think there is some interest to that, but I would want to research it a lot before I spout it off uneducatedly about it. And two, I think that would be such a conversation that it would be better instead of a one-on-one to have it in a more group discussion format, because there's so many angles to come at this from.
Sure.
And I would also to kind of get strong opinions and advertise it. I think it'd be fun to advertise, but I presented this to my audience as a talk about Vaush, and it
was for an hour.
Turned me into a liar.
No, I haven't.
We're not talking about Vaush anymore.
We talked about Vaush for an hour.
Attacked my credibility in a very
I'm not attacked your credibility. You're spreading misinformation.
Way.
We spoke about Vaush for an hour. Then we spoke about not Vaush for 20 minutes. Then we spoke about why we were talking about not Vaush and whether or not we should be talking about Vaush for an additional 10 minutes.
I'm reading my chat right now on YouTube, and people are being like, "Hey, I thought this was going to be about Vaush, and I think he's anti-white and anti-black." Okay, I'll leave. I'm losing people. People are leaving away. They're going away. They're going away because they came, and they don't all jump in at the beginning. That's the thing about these things. They don't all jump in the beginning. They jump in, they look at what's being talked about, and if it's not what's advertised on the tin, they're like, this sucks. And they leave. And that sucks because I want to make money, because this is what... at the end of the day, whether the conversation is entertaining or boring to me, if I make money, I am more happy. Now, ideally, I want it to be an interesting conversation. I make money, but I will settle for a boring conversation.
Money. That's interesting. Okay, so it's about money.
I don't think that's unique to me either, right?
No, I don't think it is. I don't think it is at all. It's about money.
It's my job. This is my job.
I understand that. I'm not condemning that it's about money. Yeah, for sure. That makes sense. Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, it's my job.
It's about money.
It is about money at the end of the day.
Yeah, so
and most actions, and to bring it back to the washing, right? Because when you attack a smaller content creator, right, as a very large individual, it's not all bad.
Yeah.
This gives an opportunity to the smaller individual to gain recognition, to gain the attention, right? And so they have a spotlight shined on them. And yes, the environment is hostile. Yes, they are playing without the home team advantage. Yes, but this gives them a perfect opportunity to swing. And my gosh, if they can hit that out of the park, they get so many benefits from this. Wow. It's not likely to happen because they're not usually just let me finish. They're not usually as practiced at this. There is a lot of the deck is stacked against them, but that opportunity is unique, right?
I would argue it depends on the pitch. There are certain pitches that do and don't work. So, this is one of the other 46 articles that I wrote. I wrote an argument against President Sunday.
President Sunday, are you watching this?
Oh, I hope so.
President Sunday, if you're watching this, jump on in and talk to this guy so he can argue with you for 20 minutes.
I was so mad at President Sunday because President Sunday...
Are you, or is ChatGPT?
No, I was because President Sunday made an oopsie.
Okay, Sunday, get in, because he's mad at you and he wants to argue with you. Okay.
Is he really? Oh, I'm very excited. Yeah. This is very exciting. I would love to talk to President Sunday. I've never actually met President Sunday. And I hate him with such animosity. The overwhelming hatred.
We don't trust you anymore. No one trusts you anymore because you presented as, hey, this is a view that I hold and a value that I have. And then later on in the conversation, you give us a big reveal that, oh, wait, I didn't think this. ChatGPT thinks this for me. So I'm very curious, right? If what you're coming at is from a place of honesty and integrity, or if you're just going to ChatGPT your way through the President Sunday conversation.
ChatGPT did not give me an opinion. I had an opinion. I told it to ChatGPT. ChatGPT wrote a more coherent version of the opinion that I already held. And then I edited it slightly.
He's going to take a moment, gang. Let me change the screen title.
President Sunday is on his computer already, presumably. Why can't he open Discord?
Man, give him a minute. Give the man a minute. Maybe he's not properly dressed. Maybe he needs to drink.
Every moment that I'm here,
I don't know.
Every moment that I'm here, not talking to President Sunday, not producing for you content, okay? Everything is being ruined because I continue to be splurting out nonsense about ChatGPT. And it's entirely President Sunday's fault. I cannot be blamed for my actions. We must blame it entirely on President Sunday.
No, this is called anticipation. We're building up.
We're building anticipation
at this point.
I support this. Okay. While we anticipate, what forms does anticipation generally take?
What we're gonna do, I don't know what you're gonna do. You're gonna do whatever you're gonna do, man. But what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna say, hey gang, if you're liking this content and you're on YouTube, hit that like and subscribe button. If you're in Twitch, throw some bits and some subs my way. Throw some super chats if you got some super chats. Give me some money. Reward me for this content. And
he's
then
backstage.
I'm going
President
to bring
Sunday's
on
backstage.
President Sunday.
Do we need more
President
time
Sunday, hello.
Hello, President Sunday. How are you?
Hello.
God, this
President
guy.
Sunday,
No, stop. This man. I don't know how long of this you've been watching.
Oh, is this Quibbles Over Coffee? Is this the guy who wrote the article?
This is the guy who wrote the article.
Oh, I didn't put the name to the face before. That's kind of weird. Did we?
He didn't write the
so
article.
I missed.
He did this. Let me explain my frustration here.
Yeah.
So we have this hour-long
go on.
conversation, right?
Okay.
Over his article. It turns out he did not write this article. He said, "Hey, guess what? ChatGPT wrote this article, and ha ha ha, it was a trick."
Okay, well, hang on. That is significantly less embarrassing, to be fair.
But also, I did write it. Right? I didn't like write every word of it, but they're all based on the opinions that I had.
If you say so, Chief. So I missed the previous conversation, so I don't know. Like I heard a lot of animosity towards me. Just to be clear, I too believe that industrial society and its consequences have been disastrous for the human race.
Yeah. No, President Sunday, I hate you with a great deal of animosity, and I'm mostly joking. Okay.
I like your beard.
Say it again.
I like your beard.
Oh, thank you. I would say that I like your beard, but I can't actually see your face.
I also don't have a beard, and I never will.
Well, that makes me more sad because beards are lovely.
Actually, that's not true. I was literally in the bathroom and about to shave when people started screaming to get me on. It was weird.
Okay. I'm ready to scream at you. Should I just lay out my position?
That seems a little bit inappropriate for YouTube, but okay.
That's the traditional method, right? You have a contention. What is your contention, sir?
Okay, so my contention. So for context for everyone, President Sunday stole Lab's content and re-uploaded it to.
Oh, that's what you're mad about? I thought it was going to be about the Katie thing. Oh, I was getting nervous.
The Katie thing. I don't even know what the Katie thing is. No, I don't keep.
It was literally about the conversation that you were just having with Whick. It's on the title. That's what we were. No, never mind. Go on.
Oh.
He wants to yell at you about
Vaush. What Katie thing is. What is this Katie thing? Were you a terrible person to Katie? I don't know.
That's the rumor.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway, so this is my actual contention with you. Okay. So there's a sort of structural.
Are you a lab cell, by the way?
Am I a lab cell?
Yeah, or a Mr. Girl Horse? Are you a member of either of those communities?
I like the idea that you are celibate if you like lab, but you are a whore if you like Mr. Girl.
Horse, to be clear.
No, I am neither of those things. Although I do, one of the many articles that I/ChatGPT wrote was about a critique of Lab's position on gender. But it was also a critique of Sunday's position on gender, which is a different conversation. But anyway, okay, on this subject, I think there's a structural problem in spaces like this, which is that it's very difficult financially to like make it as a heel. So like in other kinds of historical media, you could make it if you were literally the concept of a heel in like the WWE or whatever, and also in places like CNN or MSNBC in conventional old media, on the basis of people tuning in because of you, not necessarily strictly because people like you. Whereas in this new media sphere, you don't make money because people tune in because of you, but rather you make money because a certain share of the audience likes you. I think it's like a structural problem, and it means that we're much less able to have complicated, good discourse, because it means that everyone is kind of trying to build their own sort of.
Is this a critique of Sunday?
Yes, it's a critique of Sunday because Sunday is stealing money from a heel. He's stealing money from 𝕬𝖏 and therefore trying to drive 𝕬𝖏 out of a space that I think that she's like useful for, but it's also just more structurally. It's a kind of a problem to be taking on any heel, regardless of the heel. I think that we just need to defend heels writ large in spaces like this.
That's a cross I'm willing to bear.
Do you think that you're doing something bad to the discourse by hurting heels?
Pirate.
What?
I'm a pirate, of course. I don't care if I'm doing bad stuff.
You don't care if you're doing bad stuff.
No, not a bit. If anything, like, you know, that's all part of the badassery of being a pirate. Of course. Whick knows this. He looks like a hobbit.
So
He's got a bandana under there.
as I understand it, what Sunday is saying is he doesn't care if it hurts the space at large. He's making money off of it. Get fucked. That's his argument.
Exactly.
So your argument is, okay, so let's just talk about money then. If your argument is strictly about money, that's fine. Let's talk about money. From a monetary perspective...
No, I'm trolling you. The reason why I uploaded the video is because 𝕬𝖏 is a compulsive liar. Really shouldn't be on any space at all, given the scale of the slander she's engaged in against other people. And she has a bad habit of deleting the record of stuff that she says publicly. And so the first thing I did when she uploaded this incredibly bigoted and poorly conceived video is I downloaded it. And I kept a copy in reserve in case she deleted it, which, as it happens, she did, I believe, twice. Now, she didn't actually change it substantively for once, but there it is. Incidentally, as an additional benefit of clicking on this link as opposed to 𝕬𝖏's, you will not be incentivizing a radical bigot, but the information is still at your disposal if you want to engage with it.
Okay, so first of all, she did not delete it. It's currently on her site. I don't know what you're
Well,
talking
you
about.
weren't paying attention because actually the first upload was deleted and then another upload was made afterwards and then that was private and I believe another edit or an upload was made after that. So,
okay, so you
yes.
want to attack her based on old opinions that no longer are her views.
Current opinions and old actions of hers that are actually not so old and that are basically unforgivable for a media creator.
The utility, if you're concerned about her re-uploading a new version that is slightly edited because she wants to make something more clear or whatever, like
no, she wanted to remove music apparently, but I'm not going to trust her that that's her reason.
She wants to remove music, whatever the reason.
Yeah.
Even if it were to make a substantive change,
yeah.
Are you trying to attack her based on an opinion that is no longer her opinion, and why?
Unless she retracts the opinion, I'm not going to treat an opinion as no longer her opinion.
Well, isn't taking down the video and putting up a new video a retraction?
Well, no, it could just be trying to rewrite history. It could just be trying to rewrite history that she never said the thing in the first place to avoid the consequences of doing so.
Gotcha. Okay, so I think there's a reason to download maybe. Why did you upload before she deleted anything?
So that other people could access it if she deletes it, and as well to undercut her earnings from what I consider to be an incredibly unethical piece by a compulsive, infamous liar.
So you're trying to cut out her earnings and take those earnings for yourself.
Yeah. No, okay. Well, no, not take those earnings for myself. I put it onto places that are not monetized, archive.com, Rumble. Yeah.
Okay, so you're trying to take her finances away from her.
I would very much like to take her finances away from her. That would please me greatly, yes.
It would please you greatly to take away her finances.
Indeed. In fact, I look forward to the day. It will be good eating in drama territory when Destiny finally sues her ass.
Yeah, why do you want to attack her finances?
Because she is using her unearned leisure to attack other people in a grotesque and unjust manner.
What do you mean by her unearned leisure?
I mean, this is a person who, as far as I can ascertain, has never worked a real job in her life and spends all of her time making up stories about other people in order to hurt them.
Didn't she?
It makes her feel big.
Didn't she literally work as a sex worker? Is that not like a difficult, gritty, like real job in terms of like the difficulty of that job?
She's not a sex worker currently.
Okay, but you just said that she never worked a real job. Like currently, you do the same job as her. So what?
Okay,
if you think that her job is real,
here's where
then
I'm going
your
with
job is
this.
real.
While it is absolutely the
But
case
hold on,
that sex
hold
work
on,
is
hold on,
work.
hold on,
Stop.
hold on.
Both of you
Hang
stop.
on.
Both of you stop.
Let's
Both.
stick with the first thing. Wick, I'm silent. I'm sorry.
No, stop.
I'm
All
silent.
you have to do is stop. All you have to do is say nothing. That's all you have to do. Say nothing. Excellent. Beautiful. Okay, Sunday, finish your point, and then Quibbles,
Yeah.
you can respond.
So,
I will...
well,
Yeah, go
Finish
ahead.
his point. I was in the middle of the point. What are
Oh
you talking
my...
about?
but my point's better though. So, while I would regard sex work as work, the point I'm getting at here is that this is not an activity that took her an exorbitant amount of labor to do, such that I'm going to be hyperprotective of the leisure with which she slanders other people and puts hateful misinformation into the public sphere for know-nothings to use to berate
Okay.
people who have done them no wrong.
When you're talking about the difficulty of a job, do you base that off of the number of hours worked?
No, I base it as to whether or not, for example, for a content creator, if they are taking a picture of themselves or if they are spending hours and hours researching and preparing a presentation.
So that was an answer of yes. You said no at the top, but then you said yes, it is because some people work more hours and other people
But
work
more importantly, I honestly just don't give a shit.
Okay. Let me give you an example of a job that I used to work. I used to be a summer camp counselor. One of the jobs that I did when I was doing that.
Oof, a summer camp counselor who's a Mr. Girlfriend. We're going into dark territory.
I'm not a Mr. Girlfriend at all. I have I've had multiple debates.
He said Mr. Girlfriend.
Sorry, not him, but against tomfoolery about Mr. Girl. And
my
also,
appointment's in June.
The point is that
to get the
that job,
it's in June.
part of the job was literally
to
sleep in the
It's in the
same
works, don't
area
worry.
as a bunch of kids over the night, so that if
We're not making this better, my dude.
Okay, so that if one of those kids started like screaming or needed something in the middle of the night, then there would be an adult present, right? So that is a job, but I'm also literally asleep during it. Now it's obviously work in that like I can't just like get up and leave and go somewhere else. But like that is not whether or not I'm working for like, 70 hours in that week. Like if 40 of those hours in that week are literally being asleep or whatever, that's not serious work. So when you're talking about the number of hours worked, that's a ridiculous way of attempting to understand whether or not work is real work and hard work or not. The labor of being involved in the sex industry, regardless of whether you think it's a good thing or a bad thing for that industry to exist, is very obviously per hour worked much, much, much more emotionally and even physically taxing than the job of like streaming or something.
Okay. You say so, Chief.
Do you agree with that or do you disagree with it? Don't just
honestly, I zoned out about halfway through and I answered a
pirate.
message, so I forget what you were saying.
I'm sorry?
let me try. Okay. Quibbles.
Yeah.
Question for you. Just stop dancing around it, right? What is your primary contention with Sunday re-uploading?
Yeah, he's doing a structural attack against the ability of heels to succeed as heels. And when you make a structural attack against the ability of a heel to succeed as a heel, what you're doing is you're forcing them to instead start to create a hero narrative around themselves, which is both bad because it means that they're becoming insular, and it's also bad because it means that we're no longer able to make good attacks against their positions, which in the case of Lab are often quite bad.
I attacked her positions just fine. I didn't. I was
right,
not impeded by any of this.
You're pushing her out of the space. You're pushing her out of interacting in the way that she is with people like you. And if she stops interacting with people like you, then she'll have
no audience, and she'll fade into obscurity, and the world will be just a tiny bit better.
You're wrong.
Quibbles, finish your point. Yeah.
Wait. Okay. She will have an audience. Her audience will just be an audience.
Yeah, I don't want her to have an audience. I want her to have no audience.
Shh, it's my turn to speak. You must be silent. She will have an audience.
I'm a pirate. I don't abide by any rule, much less the
audience will
rule
be
of wizards and hobbits.
You must respect Whick. Okay, you are attacking him by interrupting me. It's your turn now. Go for it.
No, it's stop. I hate this. I hate this. Quibbles.
Yeah,
buddy. Right. You said a lot of things right?
Yeah.
Can you briefly and concisely tell me, right, why she won't have an audience? Or why she will actually still have an audience? Can you
She'll still have an audience
briefly and
because,
concisely
because it
explain?
seems that even the fact that there are views on President Sunday's piece, which are verbatim her piece, which I'll point out, like if you're worried about platforming her and you're worried about like her perspective getting out there uncriticized, you are directly not criticizing at all, just getting her position out there, and people are watching her position out there with no counter arguments whatsoever when they watch that piece that you uploaded.
Oh no! I think that absolutely her piece should
Yeah.
only be uploaded by other people who have completely dismantled it.
Right, but you're not dismantling it in the piece that you're uploading. If someone watches that piece, they're just seeing her content.
In the piece, in the piece that I uploaded, yeah, that's true. Yeah.
So if they're just seeing her content, they're seeing her content.
Yeah, I'm facilitating other people who want to. I'm
whatsoever.
facilitating other people who want to respond to without simultaneously giving her money.
But you're giving an ability to see her views without them being criticized. Do you not think that's a problem? If you think that her views are problematic,
This platforming argument, are we arguing platforming?
No, the video's out there, and I want it to remain there as a matter of public record. I don't want her to continue to making more and more and more of it.
Okay, so you want it to be out there as a public record, but you also think that it is a dangerous content that she should not be allowed to continue to exist in the space because she's made the content, but also you want people to watch the content that you think is so problematic.
No, she should absolutely be allowed to make that content. The issue I have is that she's a compulsive liar who slanders people and lies.
Gotcha, but you want to give her a platform to do exactly that, and literally verbatim, without any criticisms whatsoever put into the piece. You want
that's not giving her a platform. I want her channel gone.
Right, but you want her opinions to exist and be unchallenged. You're not making an attack on her positions there. You're
look, when her channel is gone and she's finally got a real job doing something other than whatever the hell she thinks she's doing now, I'll take it down.
You're saying finally gets a real job.
Yeah.
She has the same job as you.
Yeah.
So you don't have a real job.
True.
Okay, cool.
Well, I think this has been great. Do you have other criticisms of Sunday that you'd like to level in general, right? Outside of the lab thing? What about Vaush? Have you any criticisms regarding
you have a strange thing of just being like very quick to just like in the middle of a debate just be like, we're done.
Yeah, well, he's on my payroll, so it's to be expected. He'll be a little
No, it's just boring. Yeah. If the content is boring, I want to move on.
Yeah,
I want to get to the good bits. I want to skip the
ready.
filler.
I'm ready for the
all
bit.
killer, no filler. So I want, and I think my audience will agree with me, that we want to know, right, if you have a criticism regarding Sunday's handling of the Vaush situation or his views on the Vaush versus Soul Bunny situation. We talked for an hour about the Vaush versus Soul Bunny situation. Do you have any? Surely you saw some of Sunday's takes on this, even on Twitter.
No, I didn't.
Okay. Quibbles.
Why is that such a ridiculous thing in your mind?
Thank you for coming.
Okay.
Appreciate being. Where can people find you?
People can find me on YouTube and also on 𝕾𝖍𝖎𝖙.substack.com. And also 𝕾𝖍𝖎.
You're allowed YouTube in prison?
Say it again?
You're allowed YouTube in prison?
I'm allowed YouTube in prison? Your meme is that I am in prison? President Sunday, I personally don't think that the mass incarceration of the United States is a joking matter. Okay?
But weren't you like in prison for life for a string of bombings from 1978 to 1995?
He's gone.
Oh,
Sunday.
Too bad.
Thank you for coming. This is a little impromptu. I'll see you tomorrow, buddy. I got one more guest I gotta get to, but
okay. Fine. I see how it is.
I hated every second of that, gang. Ever since he said it was GTP or GPT, and we transitioned to the weird arguments on AI, interesting enough as though they may be, that's not what I came for. That's not what you came for. That's not what we were here for. Oh, but hey, gang. Hey, we have a hype train. That wasn't content. Demented Game Show host, that wasn't content. That wasn't good. That was boring. That was boring. It could have been exciting. It could have been interesting. But it wasn't. It just didn't go anywhere. Oh, okay. Let me change what we're doing. Because we have one more guest coming on. Excuse me, gang. A little flustered right now. Okay. You guys want to at least get me start a hype train going? If we can get 100 more bits or one more gift sub in chat, we can start a hype train going. It's close. We got about a minute before that happens. Right? So if you want YOLO bonging stuff, thank you. Thank you. Really appreciate you, gang. Hopefully this next conversation's better, right? We have Synth Posting, who's going to be talking to me. We had a little argument on Twitter, and I figured, you know what? Why argue on Twitter for free when we can argue on stream for money? We'll get him in here, or get them in here, excuse me. Let me DM them. Okay, jump backstage, Synth, in the Discord, and I'll pull you in. Have I ever been rimmed by a clown? No. Changebox, thank you for the gift sub. Really appreciate you. Changebox, you're a hero. You're a saint today. YouTube side, where's the super chats? Come on, get them going. Give me some money. Reward me for this shit. Brat, thank you for the 100 bits. Really appreciate you. Gang, I appreciate all of your contributions. This is how we keep this going. Gang, we got so much good content coming up for you. We have so much good content. We have, tomorrow is Sunday, right? Then Thursday we have Grayson, what's his name? Bryson Gray, sorry. My apologies. Bryson Gray coming on. I can't play his raps on, you know what? I think Team T, thank you for the 10. I think I can play one. Let me play one for you guys real quick. I think I can play one. Give me a second. Yeah, this one will be fine. I'm gonna have this gentleman on. Boom, boom. Oops, wrong button.
What's going on?
Okay. Let me bring out. You need to see the music video too. Okay. Okay, can you see this, gang? Can y'all see this? This is going to be our guest for Thursday. Yeah? You guys excited? Okay. Okay, we get the point. We get the point. Yeah? Yeah? Yeah. That's what we got coming, gang. What we got coming. Thursday, 6 p.m. Eastern. We have him, 𝕾𝖍𝖎𝖙, and Prime Kai. We'll be talking about religion, culture, freedom of speech, and all sorts of things. We're going to be picking his brain. It'll be fun. Oh, okay. Give me a moment. Sorry, Synth. I had to share with the class. Oh yeah, what else? Friday, I'm going on Katie's show. For Whick conversions therapy. So yeah. Lots of good things coming up for the rest of the week. So give me money. Thank you for the donations. Appreciate it. Let me go back to where I was. Okay, hello. Hello.
Whoa, what's up?
Oh, you are super quiet. Can you turn... Oh, you're up all the way on my end. Can you turn your mic up or something?
Let me see if I can fix that. Yeah, give me just a second here.
Yeah, take your time.
Is that any better?
Yes. It is
Okay.
better. Thank you to Changebox for the gift sub. Thank you to iPratBrat again for the 100 bits. Gangs, if you want to gang, as our future guest was saying. I don't know if you saw that bit, right? But yeah, if you want to give me money, now's the time. While Synth gets their setup, do you have a camera for us today?
Yeah, I got you. Let me turn on my camera here. Does that show?
Boom. Coming through.
Nice.
Okay. So, first of all, how you doing?
Pretty good. How about you?
Yeah. I'm a little flustered, right? That conversation before was a little much. I feel bait and switched. Okay, I was promised one thing, but I received another, and yeah, I'm a little annoyed. I'm not gonna lie. I'm hoping, right? I'm hoping that what I expect this conversation to be ends up what it's actually being. I hope that it doesn't turn into, well, actually, I got my opinion from ChatGPT, and so we're going to instead have a conversation on whether or not ChatGPT is changing the political landscape. Interesting conversation, not the one I wanted to have, not what I wanted to talk about. I frankly did not care.
So what do you expect this conversation to be?
Well, I want to talk about racial slurs. Okay, as a white man, one of my favorite topics, right? As a white, cis, hetero male, slurs is something that I love and I feel very strongly about. And so I wanted to have this discussion, but I also wanted to talk about self-defense, right? I wanted to talk about the concept of reciprocal action and kind of what that means. Like, what is justice? There's a lot of angles we can take, and I'm fine with any of them. But I want to, maybe you can give like a kind of like a summary or give some context to the audience of why we're having this conversation in the first place.
Sure. Me and you, we went back and forth on Twitter for a bit. I quote tweeted some account called 𝕾𝖎𝖎𝖙, which is going to be a highbrow, right? Said it was about 𝕾𝖎𝖎𝖙𝖘𝖍𝖔𝖜, black YouTuber, black content creator, who called some other a black person on Twitter a slur. I think the person in question had made fun of this trans woman named Eden Knight's suicide, as well as some other things, including calling Shark a slur. And Shark had done this in retaliation. Then me and you went back and forth for a bit. You initially said something, but I think it's pretty measured, even though I disagree with it, which is just that you said he shouldn't have called them slurs. It's not okay to do the bad thing against the bad people. But the other points that I made stand, I being me here, he is not the bad guy in this situation, you said.
Yeah,
right?
I think that's a good kind of contextual, like a place to kind of start the actual conversation, right? I think that this is a common thing that I see. And it's not just you who has this belief. This is a very common belief. There's other people who responded to me much less kindly, right, than you did, with much more animosity, right? That there's this belief that if someone is doing something to you, right, that it gives you the ability to do it to them as well. And I don't think that's true. I
don't know either.
Okay,
that's not my...
Okay.
Yeah, I don't... Can I clarify one thing just before we...
Please,
yeah, sure. So this is in philosophy, the idea is called like desert ethics, right? Because the idea is like if you do something bad, then your well-being is deprioritized. So you could have like deserts weighted utilitarianism as like one example of a position that takes deserts into account. I'm not taking deserts into account at all. The average person probably does. If you ask them about their intuitions, they're probably going to say something like, "Yeah, I think it's the case that if we had like a situation where we were choosing between like giving Hitler or giving Mother Teresa a cookie, it would be morally better to give it to Mother Teresa, even if it causes the same amount of pleasure to both." I don't even hold this view, right? I hold like the wildly counterintuitive view that desserts don't matter at all. So when I say something like, Shark is justified in doing this. I don't think Shark is justified in doing this because of the fact that what Shark is doing here is going to be some kind of thing that like is morally good. Like if him getting sadistic pleasure out of this other person who's doing something wrong is pain is like a good or something. I don't think that makes it like more good. I don't think the fact that this person is a person who does bad things makes their suffering less important or their pleasure less important. What I think is important and what I think is like valuable about this is that Shark is going to get some kind of cathartic enjoyment out of doing it. That cathartic enjoyment, I think, is something that's still morally, I still think it's morally valuable. I think the enjoyment he gets from that is sufficient to outweigh maybe the bad feeling it causes this other person. And if it causes this other person a bad feeling while they're in the process of doing a very, very bad action, I think it's totally justified to cause a person some amount of suffering, not for the sake of like the suffering itself being good, but because if you're caused suffering while doing a bad thing, you're less likely to do the bad thing. It's just a simple positive punishment there. So it's either the case is causing some amount of positive punishment, or it's the case is causing really nothing at all to this other person, and Shark is getting some kind of joy out of the situation just by like the catharsis of it. So those are the reasons I think it's justified.
I'll cop to that. I think that you are entirely right that Shark is within his rights to strike back, right? To say, hey, I've been injured, right? I need catharsis. It makes me feel good to insult this person, right? And so therefore, I think it's okay to insult this person. I have no problem with him insulting this person. My problem specifically, right, is the way he is doing that is through using racial slurs in order to attack another black creator specifically. I think that it outside of Shark and 𝕾𝖎𝖎𝖙 okay, we're just gonna call him 𝕾𝖎𝖎𝖙. Okay, outside of 𝕾𝖎𝖎𝖙, outside of Shark, outside of even Soul Bunny, right? That using racial slurs has effects, even very, very minor ones, right? That transcend them, and so that in order to avoid those effects from happening, right? That we should oppose Shark engaging in this behavior, even my mild opposition, which is like, hey man, probably shouldn't do that. And he could say, he's well within his right, says, I don't care about this. That's fine, but I do, right? I do actually care about the idea of using racial slurs. I think we need to get rid of that that tendency that we have to say, okay, this person has done a thing, and now it's okay to be racist towards them, right?
Well, you said you'd be okay with insults, but you wouldn't be okay with insults of a certain nature.
Sure, yeah, because I think the impact's different, and I think it like racial insults specifically, right? And uniquely, right? Reify racial structures, right? Like this idea that there is something inherently different or wrong or unique, even. It could be even positive, right? About a race. And that using racial insults does so, it upholds this, even minutely. And I know this is like soy, but it is a minute bad, right? And I think that we could call that out and say, hey, stop it, right?
It matters how minute the bad is. So if it's the case that it's a sufficiently minute badness, then I'm sure you'd just say it's like, yeah, of course it's justified. Like, yeah, like some counter examples would be like, because you said you're okay with some insults. Like insults around the like if I'm not sure. Are you allowed to say like the R slur?
Retard? Yes.
Yeah, okay, you can say retard. Okay.
I don't like it, but I don't think that's
okay. Then maybe that's not an example to go with if it's the kind of thing that you think he'd be unjustified there as well. What if he like calls somebody fat?
I don't think that's inherent or immutable in the same way that race is, right? I don't think fatness is a unique or inherent thing. And honestly, I would say that we kind of should socially shun the idea of being fat. I think that is something that we should say, hey, you know what? That's okay to feel some kind of shame is probably the wrong word, but we should not be happy with being fat.
I don't want to get too in the weeds here, but the approach ends up just making people fatter. So that's my problem with that. But that's like a whole tangent that I want to get us to in the weeds.
Well, I've had this discussion with other people, but fair enough. Yeah, we disagree.
Yeah, there are some empirics surrounding it, but the point being though, like there are some insults that are gonna have some kind of minor harm that you think is not sufficient, such that Shark wouldn't be justified in saying it, And what I'm curious about is I just don't really understand.
No,
why
I
it's the-
disagree with that. I think that like there would be some I would call out, right? There were some that are so minor that I wouldn't care about calling it out, but I would still say it's not justified. I just wouldn't care enough to call it out. The reason I'm calling out specifically, right? Again, let's bring context into this. The reason I made that statement on in under your talk, right, was specifically because one of the things that I feel that Soul Bunny and her ilk, right, did towards Shark, the way they aggressed towards Shark was by using racial insults against Shark. And that one of my problems with the whole thing is seeing all sorts of otherwise white, like otherwise progressive leftists turn a blind eye toward that, right? Who said nothing when this happened and said, you know what, this isn't my business that Shark is being racially attacked here, so I'm not going to say shit about it. So one of the things that I think, and the reasons I think it's important to even call out Shark when he does that as well, even though it's not to the same degree, I would agree with you, and even though he wasn't the aggressor in the situation, is because it shows that it is a principle we are defending and not just team sports we are playing.
The issue is I don't think the principle we should be defending is never say racial slurs. I think the principle we should be defending is make sure that our actions have the best outcomes possible. And if it's the case that Shark's action,
you went quieter for.
Sorry. Let me see if I can fix
what's
that.
going on.
That's on my end. I think there's like an audio ducking
Can you
thing
repeat
going on.
That it was.
Yeah. So I don't think the principle we should be defending is something that is simple as never say racial slurs. I don't think we should be doing some kind of like, I don't know, like slur deontology or something. I think we should be holding to the position that like we should be making sure our actions have the best outcomes. And I think if it's the case that the impacts of Shark doing some action on the rest of society are very, very, very minor, but possibly negative. I think that it could be outweighed by the fact that Shark is feeling catharsis from it. I think that like, if we imagine that your action is like imagine your action is something like something super, super minor. Like instead of saying the N-word or something, it's something which is like a microaggression, or is like something like those, like something really, really, really super minor, but that does technically reinforce existing bad social hierarchies, right? Something like this, I think, could be easily outweighed by like Shark in particular feeling good about the thing he's doing. I think that like the pleasure that Shark gains could easily outweigh really, really minor harms.
Let me ask then. If I feel immense amounts of pleasure at calling a black person a racial slur, it makes me happy. I treat everyone around me better. One N-word a day keeps the asshole Whick away, right? Like, wow, just one a day, and I will be more kind to my coworkers. I will be a better person. I will feel more like to donate to charity and things like that. Does the potential harm, right, that I'm doing, right, because my joy from doing it outweighs the potential harm, is it now okay for me to use the N-word, hard R?
In the hypothetical?
Yeah, in that hypothetical.
Where you're donating more to charity? How much more are you donating to
better,
charity?
I'm happier, I'm more likely to treat everyone around me with respect.
Wait,
and
I was
dignity.
wondering how much, you mentioned charity, how much more if you just give me a dollar amount, it'll be really easy to...
Now
3,000 a year.
Now I'm curious, right? Now I'm curious what the because this seems like an indulgence is what it's reminding me of, the Catholic indulgence where you got to pay enough money and you're free from sin, right?
Well, so, if it's the case that you saying an N-word causes you to donate,
go ahead. I give 5 gift subs in a black content creators chat every time I say the
N-word. I'm not sure about that. That's probably not an effective use of your of charity donations. But let's say you give like $3,000 to like the Against Malaria Foundation. In that case, it's easily justified, right? Like, yeah, you've saved a human life and traded off saying with the N-word for it. So like, I don't look too much at all. But it sounds like in the hypothetical, I don't see anything. It does. So it seems like I would prefer a world where you don't have to say the N-word to do moral good.
This is my thing. This is my thing. Like this, for whatever reason, I don't know why, right? Like it's just my thing. It's just
like sure. If it's a hypothetical, yeah, of course.
Yeah.
I don't see an issue with that.
I do.
What's wrong with that?
Okay, I don't value someone's joy necessarily. I don't, and maybe this is the thing. I don't value someone's good feelings or bad feelings even. I think that like feelings are an internal thing that here, let me try it this way. You cannot make me angry. I choose, at least to some extent,
like Marcus Aurelius. You're like the
right?
Marcus Aurelius of Twitch
Stoicism.
politics.
Stoicism,
Yeah,
in a way.
exactly.
There is some truth to that, right? Now, you could do things that might tend to, get me more worked up so that I am more likely to become angry. You can push buttons that are something that will make like me more likely to choose anger. But at the end of the day, you cannot, right? At a very fundamental level, make me feel an emotion, right? I can be manipulated and encouraged and incentivized to feel an emotion, but I cannot be forced or coerced, right? Do you agree or disagree?
I totally disagree. That's just empirically false. So like if I was to, I mean, here's a wacky,
outside
here's a
of
wacky
weird
conclusion, really
hypotheticals
quick.
where you go into my
here's
brain and
well,
you
no,
hook
no,
up
not
the
even anything like
nodes,
that.
right?
Nothing like that. Hold on. Right. So just hold on just a second. So imagine there's a situation, not like a weird hypothetical, like brains or something, but like just imagine that somebody's in Guantanamo Bay. Do you think they should just like relax, dog, just enjoy it, just to be happy, choose to be
It
happy?
is much less likely and it's much harder for them to make the choice, but they are still able to make that choice. I do not think that you can put anyone in any situation, right, outside of the weird hypotheticals, like where you're hooking up their brain.
I don't think that one's weird, but that's a real life.
No, it is real life. And again,
Yeah.
right? I would not condemn or think less of or think they're weak or anything, because it takes a very, 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 like almost inhuman amount of strength to make that choice to be happy anyway, right? But I think that it is possible.
Could I ask you really quick, if somebody's torturing someone in Guantanamo Bay, I think they're doing something wrong, and I think they're causing them suffering. What would you say they're doing wrong if they're torturing someone?
They're using coercive force to restrict someone's freedom and to cause physical pain. Physical pain is much different than emotional, right? So I would disentangle I can make someone hurt physically. I can break them, right? I can break their fingers, break their toes. That causes physical,
suffering,
measurable suffering, right? What I cannot do, right?
Let's imagine a situation where a person's like they can't feel their skin or something, right? Like, and you're hitting it with a hammer and causing tissue damage, but they'll never know. Do you think
is this tissue damage going to impede their ability to use that tissue in the future? No.
They'll never realize it. No impact on them.
I don't think it's necessarily an issue, right?
Of course. So the only thing that's morally bad about the suffering is the internal feel. The only thing that's bad about the pain is the fact that it causes the internal feeling of suffering, right?
No, I disagree. I think that pain, physical pain, right, isn't just the internal feeling of suffering, right? At least not on the same scale of emotion, right? But I think that the physical pain you are causing, again, it's measurable, something we can actually measure with like nerve impulses and things like that. I think it creates a pain that is unique and different, right, from emotional pain, right?
So I understand what it means to like feel emotional pain, but if that's and to feel physical pain, but both of those are just types of suffering. They're different. They're different types of suffering, and the thing that's bad about them both is the suffering. Because if I control for the suffering in either of them, they're not bad.
Yeah,
anymore.
if you deaden someone's ability to feel emotional pain, and then you insult them all day or something like that, then it has no effect on them. So why would we care, right? Now there is something.
Wait, if you don't care about now that I'm thinking about it, can I really quickly? If you don't care about the emotional pain, why is it wrong to call anyone any insult? Can you just insult somebody however you want? Like if I walk up to your mom and start calling her like a dumb fat bitch or something, was there something wrong about that?
No.
It's only emotional, right?
Maybe I miscommunicated, and I apologize if I had. I think that it is wrong to try to instigate someone and try to cause emotional pain in someone, right? I think that's wrong. Even whether or not you're successful or not doesn't matter. If you're trying to, if your intent is to cause physical and emotional harm, whether you succeed in your ability to cause physical or emotional harm, you still should be condemned for it, and you still should be like stopped from doing it.
What if they're not trying to, but they're just? What if they're not trying to, but they're just sort of like they just don't really care?
Then I don't. I don't.
Like drunk
drivers. That can still be bad, but it's not condemnable in the same way, right? If I am
but it is condemnable,
right?
Just not in the same way.
So sure, if I, for example, start telling a story about my dog because I'm really happy about my dog, I love my dog. Unbeknownst to me, your dog had just passed away. And so bringing up the dog causes you severe emotional distress, right? It brings to mind memories, and you choose to be sad. There are benefits to choosing to be sad. I think you should choose to be sad. You should choose to feel pain sometimes. Choosing never to feel pain is bad, right? I want to clear that up. It's unhealthy, right? So I didn't intend to cause you this emotional distress, but I did, right? I think, oh, I would feel bad, but I wouldn't feel bad, or nor should I feel bad in the same way had I known your dog had died. And so in order to try to cause you this emotional distress, I brought up the dog dying in order to do that. I think these are condemnable in different ways, and they should be
Or if
treated
the
in
person
different ways,
was,
right?
or if the person was, like, I think the issue is just that if you don't really have a good reason to believe that somebody's dog is going to be dead before talking to them. So you really can't plan for things like that. So I think doing the moral action is, like, in really simple terms, about doing the best you can. So the fact that there are some situations where you can't do what you can imagine to be optimal or something, that doesn't seem like you've done something morally wrong. It seems like you.
This is all like blank page thinking, right? We're never going to be in an optimal situation. Very rarely going to be in an optimal situation in life. We have to make allowances for people, right? And you can never be the optimal. Make the optimal. Get out your utilitarian calculator, calculate the optimal choices in every situation with all the variables. Humans don't work like that, nor should they expect it to be worked like that. So yeah.
Well, the issue is in the moment, we can't do that, right? But we can think about what is the actual correct action to do in the abstract, and we could see, okay, the one that's the correct action is to maximize utility. What are the heuristics we can come up with?
But that often ignores
do that,
confounding
and that ends up.
variables, and I think
Such,
that...
what is it? What's the confounding variable
when
that you think
when we
utilitarianism
build our
ignores?
principles, right, based on kind of like blank slate or hypotheticals, right, it can be very useful, but unfortunately, right, it tends to mean that we because we have built this principle in a hypothetical and we take this principle, it cannot always fit in to our lives perfectly, because our lives are not perfect, nor are the situations perfectly. But because we have dreamt it, we assume it must be. And that's just a human thing.
Can you give me a situation where you think that a utilitarian would make the wrong moral choice?
Any situation where they are failing to account for the variables sufficiently, right? So a utilitarian who would say, hey, I think that this $500 I have, which charity is it going to go to? Should I give it to the Foundation for Puppies, or should I give it to Black Lives Matter, right? Or to use a less fraud example, should I give it to a local politician who I believe will do the right thing and supports the causes I want? So they think, well, puppies are nice, but I don't value the lives of puppies in the same way I do humans, and I think political action is more important, so my values lie on humans, so I'm going to give this $500 to this politician, right? Oh, but they did not know that this politician was corrupt. They had no way of knowing this. There was no way for them to make that decision. So it ends up this guy gets elected, and he makes a mess of it, right? They have made the wrong choice, right? Because the utility of that choice...
what they've done? What the issue is that just because they've made the choice that ends up being like wrong in this sense doesn't mean they've done something morally wrong. What I'm trying to look for is where's the case where...
I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
My mistake. Okay.
Yeah.
No, I don't think the choice in either of that is a moral thing. I think where you place your values is different. Hard to say. Because a moral choice would involve like someone believing one thing and then acting against that belief. That would be immoral, at least in my opinion, right?
I think somebody could be doing something. I mean, I this is maybe a bit off topic. I think that somebody could be doing something immoral despite the fact that they're acting.
Oh, they think they're
according
moral,
to...
but they're just wrong. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
But
to get maybe to
measure, right?
move it back or closer towards slurs.
Please.
If it's the case that what we value about actions is even the... It sounded like you were kind of moving towards a view which was like the expected harms and the expected pleasures.
The potentials. Not
exactly.
necessarily expected, it's potentials. So I guess when it comes to shark, to ground this out of the hypothetical land, when it comes to shark, right? If I thought or expected that him using these racial slurs against these people would stop their attacks against him, right? Or disincentivize future attacks to him, against him, right? To a sufficient degree, I'd be like, okay. But I have no reasonable expectation for
But
either
the
of those
issue
things
is
to be true, right?
the issue is that we broke off from that line because of the fact that I was pointing out that I think that Shark is going to be, I think he's going to enjoy using it, right? Like he's going to feel good using it. It's going to be cathartic. And you said that you don't think it's the case.
I don't value that catharsis, right?
Well, you were saying this, right? But you also do think that the potential catharsis, the potential joy, is something that should be valued, right?
No,
unless you don't.
I was mocking the idea that we can measure joy in a hypothetical with the N-word example, right? Like if I got so much joy, I think that we should set that aside as a variable. I don't think that matters.
In the example you gave, though, it just seems like the correct choice is like, yeah, you should be able to say it there. Like, what's wrong about you saying it there?
Because of the potential harms given to the wider system that transcend beyond me, transcend beyond.
But isn't there a potential harm of you not saying it? Like in your hypothetical, there's a potential harm of you not saying it, which is that you treat people worse and that you don't donate as much to charity.
Yes, but that's an individual harm. Whereas using the slur in a public forum, right? Like if I was whispering.
When you say individual harm, can you define individual harm for me?
Sure. Harm that I do, like if I punched you in the face, I've done you individual harm, right? There might be systemic after effects of that harm, like maybe because I punched you in the face, you can't go into work, right? And therefore you lose money, you can't support your kids, you can't support your family, right? There are ripples, maybe systemic's the wrong word, but there are ripple harms that may come of that. But I have done you direct physical, not physical, direct individual harm towards you. I punched you in the face. That's a direct.
Isn't the charity example not individual then? It's systemic.
Don't get lost in the sauce with the examples, right? Let's reset.
I'm not getting lost. No, my point is just that with your example, it seems clear that it is justified, and the difference you brought out, which is like one being individual and one not being, it seems like that's not a difference at all. It seems like it's still the case that the example you gave, you are justified in saying it, and you are justified in saying it for the same reason that for the same issues that you would have with not saying it, right? Like the act of not saying it has all of these potential harms. The act of saying it has these potential harms. The potential harms are outweighed in the case of not saying it in your hypothetical.
But I don't think that translates to the real world. My hypothetical was meant, perhaps failed, to show the farcical nature, right, of saying that this could ever be the case. I think that by using racial slurs against another black content creator, right, in a public forum such as Twitter or on YouTube or in a video that is meant for the consumption of the public has almost no benefits, right, on a systemic level, but it reifies and normalizes this behavior, right, and also normalizes the idea that if you do it to us, it's okay to do to you. And I think that the harms of normalizing that behavior and reifying those structures outweigh just any individual gain that Shark might get from it.
Any individual gain. It doesn't. Yeah, but the issue is that I'm going to disagree that it's going to outweigh any individual gain. I think it's clear that
any reasonably expected potential gain.
You could
reasonably expect, and let's
and I disagree.
He has an orgasm every time he says it, right? I don't know, but I don't think it's reasonable to expect he does, right?
Wait. If it was the case, would you say it's okay for him to say the N-word? If saying the N-word makes him bust, would you know?
I don't think so. I'm trying to.
You're not okay.
My friend.
So if it's the case, like if him busting is enough, like what if it's like. It's like 1,000 orgasms. You still wouldn't say it.
1,000 orgasms.
Yeah, it's like 1,000 orgasms for every N-word that Shark says.
The slur of 1,000 orgasms. It sounds like a bad erotic novel, to be honest.
Yeah, it's just like a JRPG title.
Yeah. No, I'm gonna stick with no. I think the systemic harm, right, outweighs even one individual. Like the collective harm outweighs the individual benefit.
Do you think this is just like every time there's a collective harm, it outweighs individual benefits? Or is there something special about this one?
Not always.
What's special about this one?
What's special about this specific context and situation, right, is in this specific context and situation, we have had a multi-day discussion, right, that has transcended the borders of Twitch poll in some ways, right? Or at least the Twitch poll proper of people on Twitch. This is something that Vaush has discussed, big content creators have discussed, small content creators discussed. This is an ongoing argument that has overlapped the borders of what it was intended to be, right? And I think, right, that because the crux of a lot of the criticism against Soul Bunny, right, was the fact that she used racial slurs, specifically the C slur, to attack, right, 𝕲𝖎𝖏.
We're not tracing through the line of logic anymore, right? We're moving back to just kind of reiterating the things that we already.
I don't think we can
Well,
divorce
no, we already
it from
reiterated we already remember we're not trying to divorce it. We're just trying to move down the line of logic as opposed to like moving backwards.
Well, you're
and
asking
like,
why
looping,
in the specific situation, and I'm explaining it.
Well, I'm asking you not why just in this specific situation, right? But what's the principle that you're appealing to that you think means that the vast amount of good for the individual can't outweigh minor harms to like a group?
My principle here is that racial slurs, specifically racial slurs, right, are uniquely bad in that because we have a systemic racial problem both in America as well as in the spaces we inhabit online, such as Twitter and content creation, right? These are specific and unique conditions that make it so that using racial slurs in these contexts, right, or in any context, really, in my opinion, right, other than referential.
Yeah, you hold the view that
referential, right? Referential is fine, I think. I don't have a problem, right?
But you would have a view. You'd have the view that, I mean, you described your view as saying that if it's never acceptable, like it's racial slurs.
Never acceptable to attack someone using racial slurs in order to insult them. Yes.
In order to insult them, what if by virtue of insulting them, something else good comes about that?
Doesn't matter, right?
Doesn't matter. Okay, so if let's imagine like Hitler's standing at the fucking gas chamber lever. Well, hold on. Stop just a second, right? Okay, like imagine Hitler standing at the gas chamber lever, right? What's going to happen is you can either call Hitler a kraut, right? Or he's going to pull that lever and like kill a Jew or something. You don't think it would be justified to insult him there?
It would, only because we could measure the material gain from it, right?
So then it is sometimes acceptable because of the gains.
If every time I said the N-word, I could directly make a direct connection. Every time I say the N-word, a black person or any person, a baby is saved from a burning building or something.
Okay.
Absolutely. But we cannot make that connection. That connection doesn't exist.
Now you got some tension in your views, though, right? Like you got a contradiction here. Right? On one hand, you want it to be the case that on one hand,
one is
hold
fake.
on, no. This is very real. It's very real. It's very real. Hold on. So it's very real, right? Not the Hitler case, but it's very real that 𝕲𝖎 is gaining a lot more from this than the minor harms. I didn't say his life was being saved.
Nor is anybody's life.
I didn't say anybody's life was being saved. I'm telling you that 𝕲𝖎 in particular, he gains a lot more than the extremely minor systemic harms, which are kind of like hard to, basically immeasurable. How do you measure the systemic harms?
Well, I can measure it at least obliquely, and I'll cop to not being able to have a direct measurement, nor could you directly measure, right, his individual gain. I don't think we can do that either.
Well, we can.
Of us are equipped.
You can ask the person. Yeah,
how
you can
much?
ask
How
a
many
person.
happy
It's not going to be
units?
perfect, but you can.
How many happy units?
That's not how units of measurement.
How many
work.
happy units?
That's not how units of measurement work. We can talk about. So with units of measurement, they're always comparisons, right? So if I say somebody's 1 inch tall, right, a very small person, it'd be a comparison between that person's height and this unit of measure we've got over here, the standardized of an inch, right? So the units of measure don't work by just like, they're not the units of tall, they're inches, right? So if I wanted to like talk about how many units of happy 𝕲𝖎 gets from this, what I would ask is just sort of like, what would 𝕲𝖎 trade off for this? Like how much money would 𝕲𝖎 have to be given to not say this, right? That's, I think, the best unit of measure. And I think the way that you measure this is it does have to assume the other person is being honorable, because no measuring tool will perfectly translate the unit of measure. But honestly, just ask them, how much money would somebody have to pay you to make you not do this? And I think you get a really good estimate. I don't think his
answer matters here, because if he makes something like $1 million, right? Like it makes me $1 million. We just say no. I mean, you may believe that, but it's not true, right? Like even if he believes, even if he's not,
well, yeah, you're correct.
Honest, right? Even if he is being honest,
that proves the point, right? You're saying that he could be wrong about that. He could be wrong about how happy it would have been.
Explain, because you're gonna have to elaborate how this proves the point that I think I can measure the systemic harm, and I think the systemic harm in our space outweighs the individual gain, right?
You think you can measure the systemic harm from 𝕲𝖎's individual inward?
At least
I don't think you can even kind of measure that. I think that you could at least ask 𝕲𝖎 in the other case.
I think we can absolutely draw, right? Like, well, we can see, right? and here's my argument, right? That we can see, hey, right? When we normalize racial slurs against content creators, it causes harm to the content creators. It makes them less likely to join. It makes them less likely to participate in the discussions. It does have a weight to it, right? That causes them distress. It causes them pain. It causes them to be discriminated against. Okay, it normalizes that. And so if we can see this example, like, hey, Soul Bunny made this attack, and I observed, right, many white progressive content creators either A, saying nothing.
We're looping again.
Or
we're
B,
looping. We're not going
because
down the
this is
line of logic.
This
We're
isn't a
looping
loop.
back.
This is a
No, I
foundation
agree.
of
It's the
argument.
foundation. We established the foundation that we have to step
But it's
down
important. You're
afterwards.
trying
We
to,
have to start
okay,
deducing.
so my frustration with this is you are trying to move into a tree where I'm trying to talk about the forest. And while, yes, in the context of the tree, what you saying may make sense and be, proper, I think in the context of the forest, it ceases to be so. So I will continue, and this is something I will continue to do, to drag us back to that foundation.
You're not dragging us back to talking about the foundation. You're dragging us back to talking about the foundation, and that you're like saying the foundation over and over again. But we have to talk about the foundation by stepping down afterwards, right? We have to deduce things, right? Once we establish some premises, we have to start deducing, right? You can say like, I want to talk about the forest, but you could just, what you're doing is just you keep saying there's a forest over and over again, right? You're not talking about the forest. If you want to talk about the forest, you could be like, what kind of trees are in the forest?
Talking
Well, let's
about
sample some trees.
observable, measurable harms that were done, right? And the
No. You're not talking about any observable, measurable harm, right?
What are you talking about? I observed them. These are observations I made.
There's no empiric that you could ever point to show shark saying the N-word has caused X percentage increase in racism in America. There's no way that you're going to be able to do that.
I'm not talking about America. I'm talking about
in the
our
world.
Space. I'm not even talking about the world. I'm talking about our space. I'm talking about Twitch
You can't do
poll.
it there either.
I'm talking about Twitch poll.
You can't do it in Twitch poll.
The people on my timeline. I can go and I can count. I can count the progressives. I can count. This is you're laughing as if this is something I can't do. I can count the people who weighed in on this and the people who did not, and also the people who would otherwise weigh on this, but instead chose to excuse this. Now, this measurement won't be perfect, right? There will be margins of error, but it is measurable, right? It is something we can deduce. It is something that we can look at.
How do you measure the... Sorry, how are you going to measure the counterfactual? You just talked about like how you can pull the...
I can see how many, like, for example, I can pick a content creator that I have known and seen weigh in when someone has been called a racial slur. I can see A, if they follow or would be aware of this to happen. This is likely aware, right? It's, again, not a perfect tool, but I can see the likeliness of aware. And if it crosses a certain threshold, I can count them in on the measurement. And then I can say, hey, what did they do in this situation? Did they say nothing? Did they come out against it? Or did they say, well, this isn't my place to judge, right? Or even worse, support it. This is something, if I wanted to take the time.
How is any of this going to give you information on how you can measure the counterfactual of what if Shark didn't say it? How do you do that?
No, we could look at what he did do. I'm not measuring the harms of what he didn't do. I'm
to measure
Soul Bunny. You're jumping.
No.
You're jumping places.
I'm not jumping. No, you're confused. To
measure.
Places.
I'm not talking about what Shark's doing now.
Hold on.
Shark isn't even in the conversation yet. I'm talking about Soul Bunny right now.
We were talking about Shark. What are you talking about? No, we were talking about Shark. I was asking you, how do you measure the negative impacts of what Shark did? You said that you can do that. It is measurable harms that Shark has caused. And I'm asking you, how do you measure the counterfactual?
A racial slur against the content creator.
Listen. I know, right? So I'm telling you, it's very unclear to me how you could possibly measure the counterfactual of what Shark didn't do so that you can then compare and figure out the causality here. That's what you have to do if you want to figure out the one thing causes, like how much of an impact this thing had. You have to compare it to a control.
I'm okay with correlation.
You're not even getting correlation. You can't have correlation where it's not correlation if you have one data point. There's no correlation to have. It's one data point.
I'm not looking at one data point. I'm saying this is the tool I'm using to measure, and I'm saying we can take each individual. I have so many followers. Each of those is a data point, and I can use it as a control group to see what they did in regards to 𝕾𝖎𝖙, right? And what they did in regards to other content creators, and then use that, and then say, hey, we can extrapolate from that. We can extrapolate from that data, and we can say, hey, well, when this happened in this case, right, it caused a thing. So because of what Shark was doing, and because it is similar in nature, we can perhaps make some and draw some potential extrapolations back there. Enough for me to be able to say, right?
No, hold on. We couldn't because we still have one data. What you're doing is you're constructing a bunch of things that you think are different data points, but they're all the same data point because they're all the same situation that has the same impact, right? So you're saying there are these different content creators who've done different actions. Now let's figure out what is the impact on the situation based on looking at each of those individual content creators. But the issue is the impact given that. Listen. Hold on. Stop. So if it's the case that we're trying to measure what is the impact on the situation, taking a bunch of people who all did something at the same time and trying to figure out who had which impact, there's no way you're going to measure that. You're not going to get that measurement.
Close enough for government work, my friend. I think that's close enough for my principles, right? Let's go back to the principles, and I'll ask you directly, yes or no. Do you think using racial slurs online causes harm?
Sometimes it does, and sometimes it doesn't. You agree with that?
I think sometimes it causes less. Sometimes does it have the potential? Let's say this: does it have a reasonable potential?
Of course,
to cause
everything
harm?
has the potential to cause harm.
No,
Any random word does.
Yes, everything has a potential, but reasonable potential to cause harm. Like, yes, me breathing or me eating chicken could potentially cause harm, but it's much different potential level than getting a gun and starting shooting into the air.
And the N word is different than the gun, and like the R word is different than the N word, and like the T and the F slur is different than the R word.
But in both cases, and I would agree with you, the racial slur that Shark used was much less. There's much less to it than the one that 𝕾𝖎𝖙 used. Right? And that's why I'm very critical of one and much less critical of the other. Right? My response in both cases has been proportional to what I expect the potential harms might be. Right?
Sure. I thought you were going to go once you established that I think that the N word is potentially harmful. I thought you were going to go somewhere, but that was the place you wanted to go with that.
This is why I'm criticizing Shark Zero doing racial slurs, because I think that the potential for harm outweighs the benefits that he might get.
No, you are not doing that, right? So this is a contradiction.
I'm trying.
Stop. Hold on. Look, another brother, but the
apologies.
It's okay. Yeah. So the point being though is in the case of Shark, you're not just saying that it outweighs it. You're saying that it necessarily must outweigh it. That no amount of good that Shark gains, no amount of minorness to the perpetuation of like racial norms. You were saying that that's like you were saying that
the
that
reasonable potential
is going to. You said that would be.
We're not dealing in absolutes. We're dealing in potentiality. I'm saying it is reasonable for me to expect that the joy he gets out of will not outweigh the reasonable potential for harm that I see coming.
Yeah, that's a different view, and I think that's a view we can talk about. I just want to know now, why do you think that? Why do you think that why do you think the harms he's causing are going to outweigh the good he's getting?
Against content creators, especially black content creators, but not uniquely black content creators, but especially black content creators, creates a chilling effect for them to be much less likely to want to come into the space. It causes them severe emotional distress.
Wait, hold on. You're leaving out a core piece of content. Well, yeah, let's go point by point, right? So the issue with this entire route is that you're leaving out the key detail of the chilling effect is going to be wildly lessened if the person doing it is also black. And the chilling effect is going to be wildly lessened if the other person's already doing it. Because obviously a black person saying the N-word and a white person saying the N-word carry different context around them. The white person saying the N-word, you can read a lot different of an intent to than a black person saying the N-word. A white person, yes, of course.
Do you think
so? A white
person.
person. if you saw look, think about it like this. If you saw a group of like young black men on the street and they're talking to each other and they're like calling each other the N-word casually, you'd have a much different reaction than if you saw like a white guy and his black friend, and the white guy calls his black friend the N-word casually. It's very different. It's very weird in the second case. It would hit
differently. I don't disagree. But
wildly
you're making
differently.
a claim that it would be wildly different of chilling effect let's get away from the hypotheticals. Let's stick to what's actually being discussed, right? The hypothetical, or not the hypothetical, I'm sorry, the wildly different chilling effect, right? That is being done, right? Because other black creators
I don't think there
doing
is a
it to
chilling
Shark,
effect.
It's wildly different.
Yeah, exactly. If a person approaches you, and what they say, they call you a bunch of slurs over and over again, and you respond by calling them that same slur back, for some reason, I don't know, it just strikes me as like, I don't think that's going to be that much of a chilling effect on that person.
Well, again, this is a compounding variable, because the other variables we have to think is it signals, right, to the group, and we've seen this happen, right, that one of the other things that will be seen is, hey, no one is calling out this person for doing this slur, or a few people are even defending him doing this slur. And I don't want to be in a space where people are defending slur usages, potentially even from black or white creators, against me. I can absolutely imagine that would be
potentially.
Look, potential.
If you are scared out of a space because you think people will defend somebody using slurs against you, if you call them a slur first, good. You shouldn't be in the space. I don't feel like that's a hard bullet to bite. It doesn't feel like a bullet at all. It feels like the obviously correct position. If you want to call other people slurs, and you feel like if people call you a slur back, that would make you feel really bad, good. You should feel really bad.
But we're
you
not
shouldn't
talking
be in the space.
about those people. We're talking about the people who wouldn't be calling anyone slurs at all.
Why would they be scared of this? The justification
because they
isn't...
see someone being called someone else a slur. They might not see the context. People come at these things from different things. They may not see any context. All they would see was what 𝕵𝖎𝖎𝖙 put onto the thing and say, wow, look, there's a lot of people defending, right? Shark saying this clip that he has given, this ammo he has given to the other side, allows them to paint a picture that isn't reality, but is a perception of reality. No?
There's no ammo given to the other side. What he did is he gave them bait, right? They continuously over and over and over again threw racial slurs at Shark. It was like repulsive how fucking often they did this shit to this dude. And then dude comes back. He says in the context of a hypothetical in a video, he considered saying this slur to a person, and now they're going crazy over it. They look like complete hypocrites. Same people.
They only look like hypocrites if you're aware of the rest of the context. If you are just browsing and come through and see only that, none of that matters. They don't look like hypocrites. It looks like Shark0 is calling someone a slur, and this is how they're going to paint it and frame it. And while you and I know that that's bullshit, right? A lot of people don't. And this is a potential harm. We have to look at these things when we use these things. We don't.
No, this is
it's
totally,
not just what we're saying. It's what we're
there's
communicating.
A total mistake. There's a fundamental mistake, which is that you're forgetting that this isn't the kind of platform where there are one-sided dialogues. It's Twitter. People are able to go back and forth. You can add the context in. And when
only
you have
if they choose to engage with that context.
Even if they don't, you can just put it under their post, and there's nothing they can do about it other than block you. But once it's there, it's there. They can hide your post, and they can see the hidden post, and people will click it and say, like, oh my god, look.
But then it just becomes a contest of who's better at doing that. Whereas if you
hadn't
hadn't
used
the slur, if he had not used the slur in the first place, there would be no contest at all. They would have nothing to throw.
Why would we not want there to be a contest with people who can? This is like saying we shouldn't get into a fight because we might be able to win.
Right?
I don't know why we wouldn't.
We want to be on more solid foundation. You want to choose
this
your
is
battlefield.
Super solid foundations. Wait, hold on. No, you're like, there's not a single thing not solid about this foundation because you're agreeing. If it's the case you introduce the context, then we just win. That's all we have to do is just say the context, and then they look really bad.
Yes, but the likelihood of that happening, of us successfully, not just trying to, but successfully doing it in a way that most people who engage with this will see it as that, because look, that's not how people engage or work. They don't generally, right? Go through these threads. They scroll through their timeline. They may click once or twice on a thing. Most people only read the headlines, right? That's why it's very important not to be dishonest in your headline, right? Not to...
So to quote tweet, so for example, you could quote tweet somebody, add the context in,
but if they don't
right,
follow
and then say,
you, and they only follow the other person, or if for whatever reason they don't
even
see
if they don't
yours,
follow you, even if they don't follow you, right? There are a lot of ways in which you can make sure that they see yours. I think, honestly, what this did for Shark is probably pretty good. I think it got kind of a lot of attention. He's very obviously justified to anybody who's even slightly engaging with it.
No, I know.
Right? Even just a little bit.
I'm just
Every
saying
one of
he's
these comments,
justified.
every single one of these tweets, right? Like right below it, the top post is somebody saying something like, "Well, obviously Shark is correct here," and you're saying he's not justified, but you're saying
No, he's not
that if you
he's
add the
using
context,
slur.
he look. If you're
No, I'm
if
not.
you add the context, if everyone look, hold on,
then I have miscommunicated, and I apologize. I'm not saying.
if you add the hold on, let me ask, hold on. So, if everyone knew the context, you agree Shark would not look bad?
Yeah.
Okay, so all we have to do is add the context, and then Shark does not look bad.
But that doesn't justify. Just because you don't look bad doesn't justify you doing.
But
action.
it does But it does justify this one specific issue, which is you said it made him look bad, and I'm saying no, it doesn't.
It has it. Okay, it still has the potential to make him look bad. You haven't, right, gotten around that by saying, well, look, in this case, it worked. Because not in every case will it work, right? Right? That's like we are doing this results-based thinking where we did an action, it worked out, therefore action good. That's
You could have predicted the action would work out. No, it's pretty easy to predict the action would work out, right? Just like on the basic fucking theory of engaging with other people, you just think through it, right? Like, yeah, if one person does something, like, have you ever read I think it's Saul Alinsky, Rules for Radicals? Have you ever read this book?
I have not read this book, no.
Really high quality, but one of the core rules in it, Obama's recommended the book. It's like really genuinely really good. I definitely would recommend it. One of the rules is to hold the enemy to their own standard, right? So if you hold another group to the kind of absurd standards that they try to hold you to, they have to conform to their own rule set. Otherwise, they look really bad in the public image, right? If you hold people to those really dense standards they hold others to.
So
right?
if we are
holding, really bad for
this doesn't help you because if we are holding the other side,
no, you're totally confused. I know the argument you're gonna make.
Don't call a shark zero a slur, and then we do not conform to that. By your argumentation, it looks really bad. You have destroyed your own argument. You have taken your foundation that you've tried to build.
I knew the argument you were gonna make before you made it, and you're just screeching at me.
Because by that book, as you have presented to me, we are not holding ourselves.
You're so confused.
Wick, this is not a confusion. You are trying to
Wick, let the other person talk sometimes.
Around, right? Like,
Wick,
stop.
In this
conversation.
No, you haven't. Hold on. Look, Wick, just listen. So I understood the argument you were going to make before you even made it. I completely understand that you're going to think, oh my God. But doesn't that mean that Shark is going to look bad because he's got a different standard than the ones he's holding other people to?
We are going to look bad.
No, we don't look bad.
Do.
And the reason,
you
listen, Wick, stop talking. Listen. You're so deeply confused. What I'm telling you is we're not holding them to the standard of never say fucking stupid standard. If you hold people to the standard never say racial slurs, you will look stupid the moment somebody asks you even an entry-level hypothetical like, would you say the N-word to stop a nuclear bomb?
When you use an entry-level hypothetical,
you don't,
people think you're stupid because
no, they don't. I don't think I
look
stupid here, Wick. I think you're not engaging. Stop interrupting every 30 seconds. Listen to the argument. So, Wick, it's not the case that we're holding people to the ridiculous brain damage standard of never say a bad word ever. What we're holding people to the standard of is don't unpromptedly attack people on the basis of their race because you can't respond to their argument. That's the standard we're holding people to. If the other person calls you a racial slur, what's stupid about the
because the standard should be don't attack people based on racial characteristics. Period.
What?
Not
the
only if they.
That's not the standard. That's not your standard.
You have to justify being able to racially attack someone. How can you justify
Wick, that's not your standard.
That is my standard.
Then you got a contradiction in your view.
How?
Like a straight.
You have yet to demonstrate it. You can't just assert things. It's not magic. You have to demonstrate
listen,
it.
Stop speaking. Stop speaking. You'll hear the demonstration. I demonstrated it earlier, but you forgot it, right? The demonstration is you are okay with calling Hitler a kraut to stop him from pulling the fucking lever. It's an obvious hypothetical. Anybody's gonna come up with these, right? Obviously, you think it's fucking fine.
This is never going to reasonably happen in the real world. Therefore, we can ignore it. This is not a variable we should engage with. It's not a variable.
Can I ask you a question?
Because I do not have a reasonable expectation for a slur to save a life.
Listen, Wick. If you didn't have breakfast this morning, how would you feel?
If I didn't have breakfast this morning, I would feel hungry. But I
did you have breakfast this
morning? So I don't feel hungry.
Wait, but that's an unrealistic hypothetical, Wick. What are you talking about? How can we ever engage with this? It's so unrealistic. How can we ever talk about that?
That is retarded.
That's the fucking point.
No.
I'm
No,
mimicking you.
No,
it's
I'm
retarded.
rejecting your
We
thing.
agree.
I'm saying that I often don't have breakfast. This is a thing that often happens, right? That I don't have breakfast. It is a reasonable thing to think, oh, there could be situations where I might not make breakfast. And so I
Have you ever been hit by a bus?
Stop this. There is a reasonable thing I could reason out. You know, I've never been hit by a bus, but there might be a time
if
where
you got hit by a bus, if you got hit by a bus,
imagine what that would look like. And I think that the likelihood
have you ever been hit by an asteroid?
Being hit by a bus is
my
orders
God.
of magnitude more likely than me using a slur to stop a nuclear bomb. That it becomes ridiculous and farcical to even entertain this hypothetical as some
Have you
sort of
ever been?
gotcha or
Have you ever
gotcha,
been?
right? Like,
Yeah.
get me
Hold
against
on. Without the ramble, right? Have you ever been hit by an asteroid?
No, but I can. Again,
If you got hit by an asteroid, would it hurt?
Even that is orders of magnitude more likely than me using a racial slur to stop a nuclear bomb.
If you didn't use the racial slur to stop the nuclear bomb, would it hurt?
Not really, because the bomb would go off and I'd be there and it'd be gone.
You engage with a hypothetical. It's just as unrealistic, and you can
It
engage
is
with
not unreal. Okay.
It's the
reason
same
I'm
hypothetical.
engaging with it, but I'm saying it doesn't matter. Because
I'm
it's
telling
not
you
realistic.
what matters. Oh my God.
I am trying to deal in the real world.
Oh my God.
Of realistic
I know.
expectations.
I hate this. This is such like the baby brain failure
What are you
to
talking
do
about,
hypotheticals.
baby brain? This isn't baby brain. This isn't just getting lost. You're getting lost in the sauce. This isn't baby brain at all. We can say, hey, maybe if there's a hypothetical where if there was a room and I opened that door in its tower and there's a dog in this room, and if I fucked this dog, I would cure cancer. Would you fuck the dog? Yeah, that's a hypothetical we could talk about and maybe do that. But there's no reasonable expectation for this ever to be the case. And so as an argument, we can discount it. We can say, you know what? Dog fucking should come into play when it comes to curing cancer. We can say, you know what? We can kind of safely ignore this. It's a fun little mental exercise, but we don't need to take this any kind of seriously when it comes.
I've heard this a million. Look, we've all heard a million times before somebody who got told a hypothetical and responded with, that's unrealistic. We all know the bit, right? Like, I know the whole line of reasoning why you think they're not important. I'm going to tell you the reason why they are important, or the reason why the hypotheticals are important, is because if you assert there's this solid, constant, universal standard, and somebody's like, well, of course there isn't, right? It just doesn't look very good for you if there's an obvious fucking counterargument, right?
Because I'm not asserting, and you're making a mistake, and you're trying to paint this as a constant, universal standard, when I'm saying no, it's not a constant, universal standard in literally 100% of situations. I'm saying it's a reasonable universal standard in 99.99999.
What do you think universal means?
I recognize, and I can entertain.
What do you think universal means?
I can
Without the ramble, what do you think universal means?
Where there would be exceptions.
Oh my God, you talk so much.
There would be exceptions because you're not listening, and
I hear you. I'm asking you, what do you think universal means? You just want to fucking filibuster. Filibuster and Whick. Look, I hear your argument. You have a new one. I'm listening to you. You're not listening to you, right? So what you said earlier was not, it is usually the case. You said the N-word is a racial slur. Racial slurs are always racist. And racism is never okay, right? That's what you said.
Can I ask you
That's
a question,
ridiculous.
Honestly, an honest question. And I'm not asking this question.
Oh my God, it's not going to be honest. Yeah, everyone who.
Let's hear it.
I
just want to clarify. I'm not trying to be ableist with this.
You're going to call me autistic?
I don't know. Are you autistic?
Oh my God. Whick, I don't think I come across as the autistic one in this conversation, but that's just my own personal judgment, right? Maybe I'm misunderstanding the social cues. I think the guy having a meltdown at hypotheticals is, look, if I'm autistic, at least I'm fucking high functioning. Whick, what the fuck are you doing?
I'm curious what the rest of the chat thinks. So it's
you can appeal to your chat, right? They're your chat.
I don't know, right?
Even
if they
I would hope that they're on your fucking side,
stupid, right?
Look, I would hope that your chat's on your side. It's your chat, right? I would hope they're fucking siding with you. That would suck. But like, point being, right? I mean, I'm making arguments, and you're just like, you're autistic, lol. Like, I don't think that
because
your arguments
if I have been communicating in a way that I would with a normal person, it won't work and it won't hit the same if you have autism. I would have to adjust the way I communicate with you, right?
Look, and if I was communicating with a normal person, I would be able to communicate with hypotheticals. But like, if you have an IQ below 80, it like usually falls apart there.
Okay. I am able to engage with your hypothetical. I am able to ration it out. And in these hypothetical situations, okay, we could say, yes, if there was a nuclear bomb and there was an AI that was locking the nuclear bomb, and the only way to disarm this nuclear bomb was by saying the N-word hard R out loud or tweeting it out, then yes, obviously.
I mean, wait, hold on. You're not even just okay with it.
Yes,
No,
it's okay to tweet out the N-word hard R because the harms from a nuclear bomb going off will outweigh any amount of harm that a slur would do. I think that is something that we can engage with. But the reason
okay, perfect. Oh my god.
Retarded is because it does not apply to the situation we're talking about. Ah!
Whick! When other people look, the whole point of a fucking hypothetical is not to repeat the situation, as to gauge your fucking principles that you're saying are the rules we're holding people to. I'm telling you, no, we are not holding anyone to this ridiculous fucking standard that slurs are never okay in any context ever. You yourself have already contradicted that. You yourself already think that's not true.
You're saying I'm never saying never ever, and I'm saying
you're saying even in the real world. You named
what
examples.
I mean is in any reasonable situation, in any normal situation, right? It would
you already contradicted that.
But
you contradicted that. Whick, listen. Listen. So you already contradicted that too. You gave a realistic hypothetical that you thought people would be justified in saying slurs in. You said when they're fucking quoting someone, it's okay. So clearly, it's the case that we don't think it's never okay to say slurs ever. You don't even remember your own position.
Of course I remember my own position. Referential slurs are okay. But attacking someone with slurs, racial slurs specifically, is not okay.
Attacking somebody is not okay or never okay?
With racial slurs is not okay.
Generally or never?
If there was a reasonable expectation where I could again save a life, then it might be okay. You could present me situations that might be the case. But the situation that we find ourselves in with Shark and Soul Buddy is not the case.
Wick, do you remember what your counter argument was to my principle that I said we should be asserting?
I don't even remember your principle, buddy.
The one that I said that we should be asserting. I don't remember
your principle at all.
Yeah, you have to listen and I'll tell you it.
Hypotheticals.
Oh my god, listen and I'll tell you it. Right? So the principle that I was saying we should be asserting is not we should never say slurs anytime ever, but instead, once you're unprovokedly calling somebody a racial slur as opposed to coming up with a counter argument, that's the kind of thing that we're opposing. That's the principle you said was stupid. It was so stupid that I guess you fucking forgot it.
It is stupid.
Yeah, and then your reason you said it was stupid was because you thought we were... Okay.
I'm sorry. I'm going to bring Azzy in to entertain you in my chat.
Avi?
I'll use the restroom. I will be back.
AVI Avi? Like Dr. Avi? Oh, shit.
Azzy.
Oh, Azzy. Okay, that's a different guy.
Azzy, entertain him in my chat while I am gone. I will be back. Okay.
Hello, Azzy.
What's up?
How's it going?
You want me to entertain him, man? All right. So
I'm a her.
It's funny because I agree with you, and this is the exact same thing I said to Whick about when FD was calling 𝕵𝖎 the C word, and I said he's intelligent enough to articulate his woes. Hold on, and yeah, he should just not say the slur.
I get that. So do me and you disagree on anything? Maybe not. I hope the chat's not fucking bored. Let's see the results. I didn't see the results of the autism poll. Let me go fucking open up the Whick chat, and you guys can tell if I'm...
Hold on, I gotta head out. I'll be right back. But yeah, you're doing good, man.
I think so. Let me fucking check the Whick. Let me see how autistic they think I am. WhickTV. Chatters, you're gonna have to like re-say what the results of the poll were because I wasn't watching. I'm not gonna be able to scroll up. I'm checking you guys out now. I'll interact with chat. Somebody in chat. What was the vote? What was the vote? 6 voted yes. How many voted no? It was leaning autistic. That's fair. That's fair. Giga autism with the results is terminal. That is so true. That is too true.
Was he muted this whole time? Is he just sitting there in
silence? No, he talked. No, he talked.
Azzy, are you here? Okay, Azzy. You failed me. Okay.
So just to, I know this is like super meta, and it's not what we're talking about, but you don't hate me, right? Like for the record, you do not hate me, Wick, because I'm
Why would
enjoying
I
the
hate you?
conversation.
No, I don't hate you. I
Okay,
hate
good,
this
good.
conversation. I hate this conversation, but I don't
love
hate
this
you. Why would I hate
conversation.
you?
It's so much fun. No, I'm enjoying the conversation.
I'm glad one of us is. At least you're gaining some value from this. But I am frustrated because I think that there is a significant problem that we have in our space, right? I'm being serious, right? I think there's a significant problem we have where we justify bad actions against what we consider bad people. This is simply one, right? One thing that I would say is indicative of this tendency. And I'd like to push back against this tendency if I can. And one of the ways I have chosen to do that is by using this as an example. I came out hard for Shark, right? As hard as I ever go, right? For Shark, and saying, Shark, hey, if you're calling him racial slurs, I'm not going to check your skin tone before you call him a racial slur. I'm going to call you out on it. I'm not going to, if someone calls you a C slur, I'm not going to make sure that they're, are they, like the Peter Griffith meme where he holds up the cop holds up the paper with the skin tone thing.
Oh, yeah,
I'm not going to do that, right? I'm going to just call it out and say, hey, stop doing that. Stop calling him a racial slur, right? And in order to signal, right, that this is a principle I have and not just me sticking up for Shark, even though I am sticking up for Shark, right? It is a principle that transcends Shark. And I'm saying, hey, if Shark does that to you, I will also call him out, right?
So Wick, I think there's something something noble that you're trying to get at, even though I disagree with the specific example. I do think there's something. This is the olive branch, right? So like it's been an hour now. It's like the olive branch so that we can like wrap things up. But I do think it's really important that I think there is a tendency, like you're saying, to think because somebody's done something bad, they deserve to be mistreated. They deserve to suffer because of that. Like this really, really hardcore retributive desire that a lot of people, especially through in these like online politics communities, both on the right and the left have. And I completely agree with you that is a really bad tendency, and that we have to be doing something to like push back against that, even if this example I don't think is one of those. But I did enjoy the conversation. I know that you were tortured by it. I'm sorry about that. But it was a lot of fun for me personally. And you were a pleasure to talk to.
Well, I am. That's true, right? That's not a hypothetical, right? That's
Andrew,
dealing with reality. But thank you for coming here, and thank you for helping me. This would have been 10 times worse over text on Twitter, right?
Totally
and
agree.
that's why I enjoyed, right, doing this. So thank you, right, for coming. But I know you got places to be. And wait, as he DM'd me, hold on. Oh no, what's happening? I hit the wrong button. Okay, he's here and he wants to talk to you. Do you have a moment to talk to him?
Yeah, sure.
I think he wants to talk to me too, but we're gonna find out. Azzy, are you back?
Yeah, I'm here. Hold on.
We're
yeah,
waiting.
man. Wick, yeah. You say some stuff that we've already visited before.
Oh, you're here to yell at me. I misunderstood. Okay, fair enough. Yell at me.
You remember when? Let me turn my camera on. Remember when you asked me about FD?
Yeah, we had
and
this
using the word
conversation
coon.
before. I didn't like it.
You
I
know,
called him out for it.
You know that word is a referential slur, right? It's just kind of racialized.
Yeah, he used it against, or he encouraged his audience at least. I don't think he himself did, but I think he encouraged his audience and he celebrated his audience doing it towards ABBA.
Right.
And
you know why it's
that's not good and that's bad and we should.
But it's a referential slur.
What do you mean referential slur? Like they were calling, in the sense that they were referring to ABBA as this slur. Yes.
Okay, are you
but
saying
it's
that's
also
okay?
racialized, right? Is it not a racial slur?
Well, if you look it up, it has
no one calls me
racial
the C slur.
Well, it has racial
cracker,
implications,
they call me cracker,
but
they don't call me the other C slur, right? And there's too many C's.
Well, it's not a. It's more referential than racial. It's not like the N word.
No.
You're telling the black guy.
I'm just saying. Can you point to a white person who's been called this?
Oh, well, that's what I asked, and I think there has been instances when people the C word has been used against white people.
You should call Whick it right now if you saw him.
But that's beside the point. What I said was that we're all intelligent enough, like Synth said, we're all intelligent enough in order to articulate our woes with the person or whatever in whatever situation instead of using the slur. I know some people are kind of.
I agree
in
with
my
that.
opinion,
Yes.
lazy.
Instead of using the slur, they should use other terminology. I agree.
Not even terminology. Just articulate.
Sure. Ideally, that would be the best.
What
A
issues you
specific
have with the
problem, right?
person and
I
how
think that
they're.
I think that you're engaging in behavior that hurts hurts these people in X way, right? I think that's fine, right?
Right. Hold on. Right.
Okay. What's your problem then exactly?
My problem is I don't. You were okay when I said it. I don't understand why you have an issue
You weren't
with
calling
sense.
anyone.
No, I'm not. You were okay when I said when I articulated that they shouldn't be using the slur. They should just articulate their issues. And
Okay.
you were okay when I said it. So why are you
think that
upset with
Synth was
saying
saying that? Synth, was that what you were saying? Was that where you were
I
trying
wasn't paying attention just now.
to communicate to me?
Since can you restate your position as to what Whick said was stupid?
Yeah. So I think that Whick, one of the things that I disagree with Whick on was this point regarding like the context, right? Which is that the context isn't something we can like reintroduce afterwards. It seems like is kind of Whick's point. Or like some people will miss the context.
Mm-hmm.
My view is just that like if it's the case that we look good when the context is reintroduced, then I think it's fine to reintroduce the context. I think the left can look, or I get maybe like the subsection of the left can look fine when doing so.
I don't think that's what I was referring to.
So that's
stupid. I don't
different.
think that is a different thing. I think he's referring to another statement you made, but I could be wrong.
I don't. Yeah,
I'm still not sure what as he's trying to get across. To be honest with you, I'm trying. This is me trying to suss out and understand. Like, do you think that your point that you made, right, Azzy, about how it's okay to use it in a referential way, but you shouldn't use it. Or ideally, you should use it in a way that, ideally, instead of using it at all, you should. Let me start again. I'm sorry, my brain's fried. My bad. Rewind. So, Azzy, you and I both agree that would be better. That would be better. Instead of using a racial slur to elaborate on the problem that you have with the individual. Correct?
Correct. I don't even think referential or racial or any slurs. I think we should get rid of most, if not all, slurs because they're only divisive and abusive.
Okay. Synth's position, as I understand it, and they can correct me if I am wrong, which I might be, is that in certain cases, it is acceptable to use a racial slur if it is done with certain context, in certain contexts.
Yeah, I think that the context of Shark being called a racial slur and then saying one back to provoke the other people into being hypocrites. I think
You went quiet again.
Oh, let me see if I can fix that. I think here we go. How about now? So I think that the context of Shark being called a slur and then responding back with a slur, baiting the other people into defending or to attacking Shark on the basis of having used a slur, I think that's justifying. And in combination, I think that like Shark, a black guy, saying the slur to like another black person, I think that like the chilling effect is not going to be I don't think it's going to be as impactful there as like if like a white person had said it.
Azzy, I don't think that Synth is arguing from the same stance you are. That's all I'm saying here.
Are we saying the same conclusion?
I think it's what Synth is arguing is like a lesser of two evils. And that it's the chilling of the effect of the usage of the word is different in context.
Let me ask you directly. Do you think that 𝕵𝖎𝖎𝖙 is justified in calling Soul Bunny and other black content creators a racial slur?
What slur did he use?
I can't say it. Neither
Yeah,
can
just
Synth.
say the first letter. I'm not asking you to say the whole.
It was unique. It was
a custom made one.
yeah, it
I
was
think they shot
custom,
convinced
but it was close to the N word, right?
Like niggles?
No,
it's
no,
not the same one, but it's
I will
kind of like
DM
that. It's kind of like that.
Wait, if I DM this to you in text, is that racism? Like, can I actually DM you and text this, like,
Wick.
without being racist? Is this gonna be used against me?
I think the custom made super pack super super
like,
slur.
It was like
is-
tigress.
It's not.
It was like
It's not okay.
It was like 𝕍𝖎𝖙, but not 𝕍𝖎𝖙.
I don't think it's okay either way, Wick. All right,
Okay.
this is why black people are a little up in arms on Twitter when in that that article they use the word niggles instead of annoyances, and everybody understood.
No, wait, no.
We all understood.
It's not a slur.
The words
No!
are connected, but we are smart enough to understand context and the audiences that
No, Wick.
we're
Oh my,
speaking
this
to.
is an old. I'm sorry, Synth.
That is
You can stay if you'd like, but you don't have to. But now we have to argue with Azzy about the context of using this in an article about a video game, of using the word niggle.
No, we don't. It's
Don't
still a
say
stupid
it.
word.
It's not a slur.
Man, I'm mad at you, man.
Why are
Like,
you mad at me? It's not a slur. It, like,
man,
you
look,
have a
these niggles, man. Like
no. There is
What's
a
wrong with these
niggling
people, man?
sensation in the
These
back
annoyances,
of your mind.
man.
That's what
It's
These
not a
annoyances,
slur at
like-
all.
these annoyances, man. You know what I'm
It's
saying?
unreal.
Like,
This is one of those like when you have that word that like sounds just like the N word, but it technically means stingy. It's like we know. Come on, like you know what you're trying to do.
yeah,
No,
just like
different words.
we
They're
know
so
when we say like
Synth,
when
now-
we say
now you
like
just- now you're
reneged.
just-
We
now
know
you're just
we
having
know what
fun.
we're
Now you're just
doing
taking me
when we
for a
say
ride.
these
No.
words. Like reneged, we know what we saying. We know what we're doing when we use those words. We know exactly the outrage that is gonna cause because we know people are gonna engage with us. It's what we use with humor and comedy. We target some trauma and
Do you
we
think-
say in a very
Do you
special
think that this article,
intellectual
this
way.
PlayStation article, this article on a PlayStation game, I don't know if it's actually from the PlayStation magazine or whatever.
Final Fantasy
but this-
16,
Yeah, this article on Final Fantasy 16 that used this word, not a slur, that used the word niggles, right, to talk about
You
a
real-
problem in a game.
Watch out, buddy.
It's not a God. It's not a slur. It's not a
Watch out,
slur. It's
buddy.
not a slur. It's not a slur. It's not a slur. It's not even bad.
Sorry,
Oh
bro.
my
Sorry. Hold on there.
You guys are
I'm
just
sorry.
gaslighting me. This is no. You're having fun at my expense.
I'm not even
No.
gaslighting you, bro. You just feel your feelings is, these niggles are just like it's like it's getting you up in arms, man. These annoyances. I understand. I feel you. All right. But sometimes we are intelligent enough to articulate our woes in ways where we don't need these words. You know what I'm saying? 𝕵𝖎𝖎𝖙 doesn't have to call people slurs, right? To let us know that he's upset at somebody.
I agree with that.
All right, because he didn't like it when they called him a slur. Because again, slurs are divisive and abusive. They're not. It's
Okay,
a
so you're
warped
on- you're on
person. It's a
Team Wick
warped.
with this. Okay, cool.
Nah, because you're not saying what I'm saying. These slurs, you have to have a warped point of view, right? And this is why we talked about internalized oppression, where you start seeing words that are abusive and divisive as words of endearment, right? And this happened over generations with the black community and any other marginalized community. They take the words that were used to oppress them, and now it's like a word they use between each other to say, "Hey, man, my buddy, my friend, my loved one." We know it's wrong. We know it's a bad word, but because it's been said so much, we're just used to it. It's like sticks and stones don't hurt anymore.
So you
know what I
even
mean?
hold the view that like reclaimed slurs. It sounds like you have an issue with.
Your
Oh
mic
yeah,
again,
because
Synth.
when you start dealing with like for instance, I was at a family outing. Like some of my family started using a word. They're older, older millennials, 30s, 40s. But then the older generation, 50s, 60s plus, they are like up in arms, and people who are like they have gotten rid of the word out of their vocabulary, they are upset by our usage of the word, right? Because we know the history behind the word. No matter how much the word has evolved, we still know the history, which is why like I don't use the word as much. Like, and I understand it, you know, when they use it in comedy and they use it, you know, between people, because it speaks to a shared experience and a trauma that we have both gone through. So it shows understanding. This is why we get upset when white people use the word, you know, or certain white people, particularly American white people, y'all and Europeans, Western Europeans. Y'all don't know the experience. You know, so you shouldn't be. There's no reason for you to use the word.
Fair.
Right?
I'm not gonna disagree.
And we're gonna bust you. You know, we're gonna push your buttons and bust your gut a little bit. You know, every time y'all use a word that's similar, i.e. niggles. Okay.
Just to ask you, Azzy, can a black individual from outside of America use this word?
They use it all the time. In fact, in India, they were calling them sand N-word. You know, in Africa, they use it. You know, the lighter skinned individuals will use it against,
less or equally problematic. If
it's just as problematic.
White individual use the word.
It's just as problematic because it's a divisive
amount of issue, right? That
it's a divisive and abusive word.
Someone from India, a black individual from India, saying the N-word as you would if I said the N-word, you would have the same issue with it, right?
Yeah, but it's gotten to this point where we're just so sick, you know, and everybody just uses the word where it's like, all right, you just can't do anything about it. So you like, and either you just don't use it at all. It's a zero-sum game. Either, for me at least, either everybody who understands it can use it, or just don't use it at all and find a new word, you know, like beloved or niggles.
Okay, no, stop. Niggles.
You white people ain't slick.
Connected to it.
White people ain't slick.
Why do you keep trying to?
This is why when they were saying nibba, when they said nibba, there was a time when the white people were saying nibba, or they would say ninja. I'm like, we know what you mean.
But
we know exactly what you mean.
You know that neither I nor the authors of that magazine, we have a reasonable expectation that they were not using that word in that context. There is reasonable expectation that they were trying to say anything more than the actual meaning of the word.
Seth, what do you think? Whick being charitable, he's nice. Seth, what do you need? What do you think?
So who wrote the article? Is like a gaming?
Do you have the tweet up? Yeah, it was a gaming magazine, and so basically the tweet wrote something.
They're gamers.
Like this.
I'm not gonna give them the benefit.
They're
gamers. You're gonna give them.
They're gamers.
I don't think it was even an American game. I think it was like outside of the country that was using.
That's even worse.
It's even worse.
The European gamers. Yeah, I've like. Wick, have you ever been in a European Call of Duty lobby?
They said some niggling problems with the game still exists, or there are some niggles with some characters exist, right?
And we need to iron out. Like what?
We need to iron out.
Who says that, bro? It's like, come on.
But it's not
like they play dumb. They play dumb in the UK.
There's no reasonable.
That's why they still have the U in color.
This would be connected.
They're just playing dumb.
It's not. Okay, I'm reclaiming this word. Niggles is not.
You're reclaiming
that.
Why would you reclaim it? It's not even claimed.
Right? It's not going to be lumped in with the N-word because they are very different words.
So you're gonna start saying it now?
And one, I cannot.
You're gonna start saying it now? Wait. See, but this is the same thing, right? When I was talking about ableism, right, and using the R word, and gamers love the R word. They just can't. That's why they run to Kick and Rumble, because at least they can say it there,
you
like
can say
no
it
impunity.
Twitch. You can say it on Twitch. You can say retard.
Not really. Yeah, if you get reported, but you get reported for it.
Retard.
Yeah, but
people can report me all they want. Retard is not in a violation of the policies of Twitch. Retard.
I'm actually curious. What are the specifics of the Twitch guidelines? What slurs can you say and which ones can't you say?
I'd have to look into to be sure. But retard is not one that is forbidden. It is not.
I'm pretty sure
by Twitch a slur.
All right.
That's so strange.
Neither And again, this is why niggles is not a slur.
You better watch out, bro.
It's not even
they-
close. It has no etymology.
The Twitch AI is indiscriminate.
It is entirely separate, right? Okay. From
Wait,
the
I just
N-word.
don't want you to get timed out, bro. I don't want you.
I
don't want to just like
appreciate you
see
looking
you in
out
like
for me.
72 hours.
I
bro.
appreciate you looking out for me. But that would be, I would have not niggling problems with that.
No.
I would have
Jeez.
substantive problems
Jesus.
with that.
Lord
Okay?
help us. Jesus is coming back soon, bro. I'm telling you, bro, because now we got a
It's
wig.
not a slur.
I know you saw that, and I know you was cackling, bro. I know you saw that, and you was laughing to yourself. And then you played White
I'm
Knight for your
laughing to
UK
myself because
gamers.
This is even a
You playing White
question.
Knight for the UK gamer industry.
I am
You
laughing
know,
because this shouldn't even be a question. It's
And-
not
and
even
it's
a-
like, it's
not
funny
even a
because
question.
Final Fantasy 16 is the game they said they're not going to put black people in because there's going to be like racialized. There's racialized. There's racialized issues in the game, so that's why they didn't put any dark skinned minorities in the game because they didn't want to make it. They didn't want to make
I
it political.
honestly don't know much about Final Fantasy 16, so I can either.
I know it's just ironic. That's why that's why I'm bringing it up. It's just ironic that they would use this on a game that they don't want any racial criticism about.
Is Twitch okay with you using a slur if it applies to you? Like, could I use the F slur or the T slur on Twitch?
I guess
or would it
if-
be upset with that?
It depends. That's fraught, and some people get banned for it, some people don't. So I don't like it, right?
Okay.
And so, like, I think that technically, right, you can, but I don't think, like, I've seen it enforced poorly, right? So I'm just cautious about that. I've had to, I've had some trans discussions with all trans people where I've had to kill the VOD because they love self-referential, right?
We so do. It's so true.
So I
see that
it's a problem. But I
Y'all
don't
gotta
know if
give
it's
it up. Y'all need
technically
heal.
against the
Healing.
rules or not. That's
Right?
That's true.
So.
Tell you, there have been instances of light skinned, very fair skinned black people getting banned for using the N-word.
Yeah,
And they're
but
like,
you
why?
ain't-
I'm
you
black.
ain't that. Okay.
Oh well, yeah,
Right.
thank God. You know, he's blessed me with like great amounts of melanin.
Yes.
You know, thank my parents.
Indeed.
But I still don't use a word because I'm not gaming the system. There's no
Let
point.
me ask you this. I know this is a little off topic, but it's kind of like circling the wagons back to the original topic that I had with quibbles over coffee, right? Quibbles. That's a funny word too.
That is such a stretch. You're seeing it everywhere.
Well,
It's not even the same thing. Not even the same.
it has the
ballpark.
same mouthfeel.
So now you got.
No,
Go ahead, Whick. Go ahead, Whick.
Okay, but
Go ahead,
the
Whick.
point is, do you think that Vaush, whatever you want to call him, do you think he is anti-black?
He's antagonistic to pro-black issues the same way that sometimes Destiny and Abbott can be antagonistic. Except Vaush is worse because he does it all the time. In fact, I
What
remember I
specifically?
tuned
Can you
into
be more
his
specific?
I tuned into his stream one day just to see what's the hype about this guy. He seems like a pretty articulate, nice guy. And then all of a sudden he's saying HBCUs are bad spaces for black people because they don't prepare them for the real world and they should be abolished. And I was like, what in the world is he talking about? Some of the greatest celebrity
student union, like ACPUs.
no, like HBCUs, black
HBCUs.
colleges.
Okay.
He said they are. He said, not on quote. I'm paraphrasing, but he was along the lines of HBCUs don't prepare black people for the real world, and they're bad spaces.
Why is that anti-black?
Because HBCUs have been the place that have created some of the most profound black talent and minds in America to date. So I don't even know what is he talking about.
No, okay, let's talk
It
about
fosters
this.
culture. It fosters
Sure.
respect. It fosters identity. And then he does it because he's ignorant. He says something stupid like that. That's why and it's not
Is
that
there
because
a
he's
difference?
anti-black
Can you
because he's
be- Can he have still criticize these organizations in a way that wasn't.
He doesn't know
anti-black.
anything about them. What is there to criticize? That
So you think
he's
there's
not
simply
anti-black
no
because
criticisms that can be levied against these organizations?
he's not
at all?
anti-black. He's not anti-black because he's knowledgeable and there's real flaws that he could actually criticize that actual black people criticize. He criticized them because he's ignorant. He's anti-black because he's stupid. He says
So
stupid
I'm
stuff.
I guess I'm asking if I wanted to. I don't know much about these, so I couldn't criticize them or promote them. I don't know if what you're saying
Just look
is
them up.
bullshit.
They've
or
been around for years.
I understand, but like if I'm going to look something up, I'm going to do more than just Google one source and trust that source, right? I am going to do a deep dive and I'm going to look into the information, look at different perspectives, right? So if he had done that and he had come to the opposite conclusion of you, right? Would it still be anti-black?
It would probably be it's not pro-black, but it's not anti-black. It's
Okay,
just it's a critical position, but he's come to it through
So
real
the act of him criticizing these organizations is not in and of itself anti-black. You are critical.
No, because we're talking about in real time. I'm talking about the reasons why he's being critical.
Yeah.
It is anti-black, and I said the reasons why he's anti-black is because he's ignorant and he says a bunch of foolish things, and he has a platform which has influence. So now he is spreading misinformation, and he's spreading stupidity.
Can I ask?
And that stupidity is used against that good.
Can I ask what led you to
and
this conclusion that he is doing so from a place of ignorance, right?
Because you wouldn't say something goofy like the things he says every day if he actually knew what he was talking about.
Okay, that's not sufficient.
No, it is sufficient because when I can juxtapose it to somebody who actually has done the research and listen to them speak. For instance, Roland Martin and Greg Carr. But you probably don't know those individuals. But go ahead.
You can hear when somebody like gives a stupid reason for their view, right? Like you can hear when somebody like their argument for some particular thing that they're saying is just kind of a weak argument. And you like even if you don't know a lot about the subject, I think even you, Whick, would be able to like just hear it and be like, wow, that's like this person didn't come to this through like well-reasoned argumentation. They came to it because like they think that like
it's emotional.
Exactly. Like in the case of Vaush's view, it's probably just the case that he thinks that like black people being around each other and not interacting with white people.
But that would be an assumption. Right? And it might, in your mind, be a reasonable assumption. But I have heard very educated people who are very knowledgeable on a great many topics make really stupid arguments. That's not
that's not the same
they're
thing
uneducated or ignorant. It's because they're not very, they're either emotional and trying to do it to make this, and there are a lot of reasons that you can do this, right?
Like a bias?
Like, it's not enough to say he is ignorant of this just because he made a stupid argument. Does that make sense?
Well, number one, if you're well-read and knowledgeable about a subject, it's very unlikely for you to make a stupid, unless you're doing it purposefully just to get a point across.
He does that. This is a game that Vaush.
Yeah, I understand. I know
right?
he's very profound for a reason. He's been around in the space and he's growing for a reason. I'm not saying he's a dumb individual. I know he's very intelligent. I know he knows how to articulate himself, which is why I'm so disappointed. Right, and I'm very critical of what the things he says, which are anti. And he doesn't have to do this. All he has to do is listen to people who actually go to the schools, who exist in the spaces. The people who've come from those spaces have done good things. And then also listen to their criticism of the very same spaces. He could have said HBCUs don't get enough funding from the very same people who are become the proletariat, are very top 10 percenters, and they don't give back enough money to keep those those organizations going. He doesn't make criticisms like that ever, unless I'm missing those. I'm just missing those days.
I don't know if he does or not. I cannot say whether you are right or wrong.
Well, I can confidently say, look, yeah, I watch Vaush. He's like one of the only streamers I watch on like a semi-frequent basis, and yeah, he does not make arguments like that. No, he he's got a really bad habit of not researching topics deeply and jumping to conclusions of the topics based on like biases he has on the view.
Sure.
Like
But
I mean,
if he
relatively
does that
recently he
on
had like
all topics
Mhm.
rather than just anti-racial topics.
no, the
Does that
topics he
excuse
does it on. That's because he has more than one bias. He's like not
And
just
he
racist,
always
also has, like,
compares it to Nazism and
Mhm.
fascism. It's
I know,
it's
it's
a
unreal.
low-hanging, easy thing for him to do when he's trying to when he's trying to talk bad about something that he doesn't like. He will
Mhm.
equate it to the worst case scenario, the most extreme of extremes, to get his point across, instead of actually doing some real research and being reasonable. That's why he can't
Sure,
reach
I
anybody.
can look. There's a reason I don't really watch Vaush, right? That's probably why. One of the reasons.
Probably the same
right?
reason. Probably the same reason.
But
And I don't watch.
but I don't think that's enough to call him anti-black.
I didn't say he is anti-black. I says he doesn't. He says anti-black things.
Okay, I mean,
All right, there's a
maybe-
because there's. I'm not saying he's a racist. I
Sure.
didn't say that. I'm saying he's
Alright.
saying like
Do you think
antagonistic
that
and anti-black
he-
things.
Do you think that in his interaction with Soul Bunny that he was being anti-black?
Yeah, of course. If you're gonna do, yeah, yeah.
How?
It was a. Didn't he use a racialized term against her, and then compare it to Nazism as well? To do the very same thing I just said he always does.
Well, I don't know about a racialized term. The one
We
I do
can-
know about, the one that Quibbles linked to me, right?
What was the term?
He made fun of an argument that she made, that Vaush called her anti-white, and she argued that, oh, I'm anti-white, I should tell that to my white boyfriend. And so Vaush says, well, good thing, you know, I have a black girlfriend, or I fucked a bunch of black girls. That means I can't be anti-black. He was making fun of that argumentation. There might be things he said outside of that.
He said
that
a
I'm
little
not
bit more
aware
than
of,
that.
but I don't think that's anti-black to say.
I thought in your conversation before he said something about like the a white man's genitalia.
Oh,
Yeah.
towards
Yeah,
I
you
don't
cleaning it
believe
up.
That was towards Soul
You
Bunny.
cleaning
That
it up,
was-
Whick. Yeah,
that
you
was,
cleaning it up.
Was that towards Soul Bunny? I thought that was towards Professor Flowers. Different
I
situation.
really didn't. He says a bunch of dumb things, so you know.
Maybe. I just
it's
don't,
almost
I just
interchangeable
don't know
for
if
me.
that's enough to be like, you are anti-black, right?
Do you think that if
Go ahead.
I keep
Whick.
saying he's not.
Yeah, Wick, if somebody's like, if somebody says something and the reason they said that is because of their bias against some particular group, right? It's like some like cognitive bias they have or something. Do you think that what they said is it could be anti-black or anti-woman or something like that?
Hard to tell. It's a hard question. I don't know. I just say, I guess I should be more clear. I have not seen him engage specifically with Soul Bunny in a way that strikes me as anti-black. And if he is prejudiced against black separatists, I think that's a good thing. We should be prejudiced against black separatists. We should be
on the basis
prejudiced
of their
against white
race?
separatists. We should be prejudiced
Not on the
against
basis of
any
their
form of
race, right?
separatists. We
Wait,
should.
yeah, on the basis of being separatist,
Yes.
not on the basis of their race, right?
Yes.
Okay, so if he's saying something, if he says something about like historically black colleges or something like that, right? Do you understand how it's gonna? It could, if your reason for saying that is instead of a well-researched argument, your reason for saying it is like you think that black people being around other black people too much and not being around white people enough is gonna make them not prepared for the real world. You understand? That's like it's kind of a weirdly biased reason, right? It's a weird reason to have that view.
It could also be correct too. Like if what you say,
Anything could
like,
be correct.
I don't know. I don't know enough about black like college groups, right? I don't. Right?
It's a simple YouTube video, man. Like, yo, come on. Why do we even discuss these issues?
Why?
If you can't even look this stuff up? Why? How could you even come to a conclusion like that if you yourself just said right after, like a few seconds later, that I don't know enough about black colleges? Why would you even say that?
Because I don't know
He
enough
could be right.
whether they are good or bad. I don't know who is correct. I don't know whether you're correct or whether Vaush is correct. I don't know.
Neither does Vaush. That's the issue. Vaush doesn't know if Vaush is correct, Whick.
Because he's ignorant on the subject.
A fucking hack. He picked the position out because it felt good, and it feels good because of like some biases he's got. Like, what else is gonna feel good because of? Like magic?
If that is the reason he is doing it, it's bad to do, right? I don't know if what you're saying is accurate, however. and I
That's
cannot
fair,
say, "Hey, I'm just going to believe you," right? I have to at least play a little devil's advocate here and say, "Hey, maybe that's not the case. Maybe he's actually come to these conclusions, right? He just frames it poorly, right?
But you
maybe he's
understand
come
if
to these
Ozzy's not
conclusions
being
through looking at the evidence and through researching this, and he's decided that these aren't serious organizations, nor should they be taken seriously. In fact, to take them seriously would be harmful, and that wouldn't be a racist
No,
stance
really
to
quick,
take.
really quick. I want to clear something up, right? So if Ozzy's not being like dishonest with you, and I'm not being dishonest with you, and both of us are telling you the truth about this, this is in fact what Vaush said, then you would agree that the conclusion that Ozzy came to is
Unless
correct,
there
right?
was some context that changed.
Other than some important
unless
context.
some
that could
context
change
changed it. I don't know. It wouldn't be good. It wouldn't be pro-black, like he said. Would it be enough to be anti-black? I'm not sure, but it would lean.
Does it make him an anti-black person?
It would move the needle closer to your position. It absolutely would.
And we're not it's not even about is Vaush an anti-black person. It's about is this something that was motivated by like an anti-black bias, right?
Yeah, and maybe or it could be his bias towards being lazy, right? That could be an equal from all the information that you've given me that he has a habit of doing this. And in fact, he has a habit of doing this in a lot of positions, not just black positions. That leads me.
But there are
maybe
also
his
ones where
bias
he's gonna have
isn't
a
towards
weird bias.
Isn't towards blackness. His bias might be towards doing a good job in research. And
I
work.
think that hold
right?
on. You can pick. You can be
It's
lazy
still
and just pick
bad
either one.
in
Right?
my eyes. It's the same.
I would agree.
It's just as evil, my.
It's bad to have a massive platform and be lazy, but like you could pick either position if you're lazy, right? Like you could pick either
laziness
one.
kills,
For some reason,
bro.
he picked one. He picked the
laziness
bad one.
kills, bro.
That's
Laziness, laziness kills. It's like being a how would I say, like a preacher who's never written, he doesn't know any Bible verses.
But I think it's important to distinct. If he is being harmful because he's lazy, that's a much different thing, and we should condemn him differently than being harmful because he's got anti-black
No,
bias.
because it gives the same. It's the same abuse. It's the same. It results in the same, if not similar,
but the
hurt.
way to cure that and the way to tackle that and the way to talk about that is different.
Why doesn't his laziness ever end up with him saying something that's like disproportionately in favor of minorities? Why
say something positive.
Yeah, why doesn't he stumble at? Why doesn't he ever stumble into like a position that's kind of like nice?
And I don't.
You could be a lazy Mr. Rogers instead of a lazy Rush Limbaugh. Like,
I would
come on.
that if I brought on a conservative voice right now, that they could bring up a clip of Vaush doing something that they would argue and they would say is lazily in favor
probably agree
of black
with
people.
No, I don't think they'd be able to do that. I think what they'd find is him being lazily in favor of men and against women. I think there's some examples like that they'd pull up.
Or vice versa.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think that Vaush has got a bunch of like weird cognitive biases, like that are kind of like that are going to be like anti-black biases. And I think the same is true for like he's got his. I mean, somebody on his in his stream chat the other day said like white women extinction button to win, and Vaush was like exactly, but he would never say this if it was like a white men extinction button. Like we all know what he's doing. It's like there's like a woke laundering to like you attach some majority group to the minority group you want to attack, and then you just get away with it. And like Vaush just does that constantly. Like he'll just like.
I think that's a problem. No, I agree with you. If your argument is content creators a little misogynist or a lot misogynist, okay, no, I think
no, it's about Vaush.
It's pretty, yeah, it's kind of
just talking about Vaush here.
I'm too.
Not talking about the system.
Hey, just real quick, so it's not just a shit on Vaush session. Are there any Vaush defenders in chat? Because I'm not a very good Vaush defender because I don't watch Vaush. I talk to him on occasion in DMs when I try to get him on my show. And he's very polite, but he always declines. So
I don't hate Vaush. That's the thing. Like, and I'm sure that maybe it's very possible.
I want a stand though. I don't want someone who doesn't hate him. I want someone who defends him. I want a stand. Is there any stand in chat? There's a Vaush stand. Someone who wants to defend their parasocial streamer daddy's honor.
I need a Chud Logic, bro. Chud Logic is my boy.
Okay, we got one. We got one, gang.
We got one.
Okay, I have to go use the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Yeah, please
Alright,
do. So hit
Yeah.
that Discord button, accept the rules, jump backstage, we'll pull you on. You can defend your streamer daddy. Because
Yeah,
I'm
bring
a
him
very
up.
poor Vaush defender. I don't want him.
Yeah, man, you defend him like 𝕾𝖍𝖙, man. Like, gee whiz, stop cheerleading.
Yeah,
so
I
much,
defend
man.
𝕾𝖍𝖙. I like
Stop
𝕾𝖍𝖙.
cheerleading.
𝕾𝖍𝖙 is my friend.
I love 𝕾𝖍𝖙 too. I love her content. I tried to speak to her one time, and y'all sent me to the void while I was trying to save her from the that FD conversation. But y'all said y'all love the blood sports, so it is what it is.
I don't recall this event, but it might have happened. I've sent you to the void before, and I'll send you to the void again. So, yeah, maybe. Let's bring on, I'm assuming Cat Patch. You're a Civil Savage? Hey, you the Vaush stan?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I'm the 𝕵𝖎𝖎.
Okay, you got a camera for us?
Yuck.
Yeah, I do. Give me a second. I kind of just got out of the shower, so
Yeah, you know what? Look at me, bro. I got like Jesus in my beard. It's okay. We're good.
give me a second to get a shirt on.
He said 𝕵𝖎𝖎. That's disgusting. That's or they.
Vaush
I don't know. That's sounds like Antichrist to me.
A Vausher?
Sounds like Megiddo. You ever seen the Mega Code? It would be.
Yeah, I've
Vaush
never
would be
seen it, but I've heard of it.
Vaush would be the like the guy who's
He's
trying to.
Vaushist, okay?
I'm God. No, I'll play. Let me not do that. Let me not play Vaush like that. I'm playing with you. He might be a fellow lover of Jesus Christ.
Hello, here I am.
Hi. Okay.
All right, man.
Once Synth gets back, I want to wait for Synth. Well, I guess we don't have to wait for Synth. You guys can begin your so both Synth and Azzy here are talking a lot of shit about your streamer daddy.
It's okay. As a 𝕵𝖎𝖎, I do the same.
Okay, well, what have they said that you would have contention with that has been wrong? What have they said that's misinformation?
Well, so from what I didn't actually know about that HBCU take he was mentioning, so
you probably wouldn't be a 𝕵𝖎𝖎.
well, no, I went and I rewatched it, and it looked like his objection to was it, which after hearing about 3 minutes of the argument, I think I kind of agree. But he has no issue with historically black colleges that have helped elevate, black people into higher educations in the past. He just doesn't like the insulatory spaces that they create for them now. If it's like just purely, black colleges, because he doesn't really think that creates necessarily safe spaces or an actual anti-racist space for them, and that different groups where they can, create safe spaces for people of all different groups based on race, gender should be able to exist within more. Sorry, it's late for me. Brain not working too much. With more like diverse settings. I myself went to a school that would be technically called an HBCU. Definitely not predominantly black there, but it definitely felt like the black people there had safe spaces. That it was definitely a very anti-racist environment, and I don't think you could. I'd say that would be a much better environment than someone that is like an exclusively black space. And what he said and what I agree is I don't think you need to create more like separation and segregation to be able to get these benefits in society.
They know that you do know that white people go to these schools.
Yeah.
There was a story of a white woman petitioning and to try to get into a HBCU.
Yes, but those are like very small number of people, and also within the same city, we do have another a almost all black school that
we're
is
13%.
Yes, but the population of like non-black people at this school is like 1%. So, but
and they want to be there.
Okay, yes, but his thing, I don't understand.
Yeah.
Like, so your issue with this statement was being
ignorant,
and
because
in so much as you believe that these spaces are more beneficial to black people than others.
Because if you listen to the majority of the people who go there, they love the space and they come out and they're happy and healthy individuals.
Maybe we're on the wrong track. Maybe I wasn't clear. Civil, is that how you like to?
You can call me that, sure.
Civil, okay. Civil. The claim made by both Synth and Azzy was that, in general, Vaush tends to have anti-women and anti-black tendencies.
Yeah.
Do you agree with that, or do you disagree?
I very much disagree with the anti-black sentiments, but I can understand how people would come to anti-women
Is this
sentiments.
the most powerful Vaush stand in my chat?
No, but
What do you want him
again,
to be,
I said
like
I can see how people would
Thanos?
come to that
Yeah.
through clips, but he's been a lot of that where it comes where he's like talking about men and blah blah blah, but it comes focus on helping men like redefine masculinity or tackling
I actually think he's
current
really good at that.
images of masculinity and how damaging they
clarify
can
really
be to
quick, Sybil,
women.
I'm not-
Or yeah,
Can you-
if he's
can you
being
hear me?
critical of women, usually
Sybil,
just second
can you hear me
wave
really quick?
feminists that are
Sybil?
like unironic man haters. Not a
Sybil?
significant portion of people by any means.
Sybil, can you hear me?
Yeah, sorry, you're very quiet. Let me turn
Yeah,
you
your-
up.
your mic
it's all
keeps
good.
going
That's
down.
it's my fault. Yeah. So you know the I understand how like a lot of people will do the clipping thing, but like no, I watch them on like a semi-frequent basis. It used to be more frequent. Back when I think Twitch politics was something I like spent more time in engaging with. But no, the reason that I hold the view isn't just because of like I think he's really good at that, dealing with like the red pill stuff. When he's talking to red pillars, he's really good at kind of engaging with them in a way that they're gonna understand. The issue comes when he starts doing like I call it like woke laundering earlier, which is what like where you find some minority group you want to attack, and then you find some like majority group there's going to be like almost everyone in that group. So you'll say something like if you wanted to like if somebody wants to like attack black men, they'll say something like straight black men or like cis het black men, and then they'll say something like cis het black men or straight black men are really violent and they commit a lot of hate crimes, right? And you'll just like add some words in there.
Yeah,
to make
yeah,
it okay.
the bullshit 1350 argument and whatnot.
Exactly, and you just like you get to say the same weird bigoted shit that we usually call out, but you've like attached this like sort of like a kind of a weak virtue signal to say like, look, I'm one of the good lefties. It is the same thing with like women, right? Like there are situations where I know he would never say this about like a white man, but he'll say something like white women, and then he'll be okay with it. Like he would never ever on stream, I'm sure you'd agree, ever say something like white like we need like a white men extinction button, right? Like if a chatter said that, he'd like call him out.
No, I think he would laugh at that for sure and make the same kind of jokes, because I'm pretty sure I've seen very similar conversations between him and chat.
Do you remember
sure.
him
And
calling out ironic misandry?
Yeah, he'll call out ironic misandry, well, unironic misandry, but not ironic misandry. Just like he'll call out
explicitly called out ironic misandry before.
And then I've seen him also call out unironic misogyny as well.
The
but
issue is what I'm
it really
telling you
depends.
is it's a false comparison, right? I'm saying he will call out ironic misandry, but he participates in ironic misogyny. He's totally okay with that, right?
Well, he participates in ironic misandry as well. I think it really depends, because you can make ironic misogynistic jokes or ironic misandrous jokes in very poor taste, as well as you can make ironic racist jokes in very poor taste as well.
What is the worst ironic misandrous joke that you can think of Vaush making? Worst one.
Off the top of my head,
Where else would it come from?
yeah, like off the top of my head, I usually kind of tune those stuff out, but usually it's just, honestly, I see him more talk about more unironic, like bashing white nationalists or red pill types, or maybe unironically joking about men and their need for sex or stuff.
So that's the worst. You get like men are too horny. That's the worst one.
Well, not really. Like again.
So could I ask you,
Sure.
which of these statements do you think is worse? Men are too horny, or men should go extinct? Right? We should kill all men. Which of those do you think is the worst statement?
Well, obviously that second one's going to be worse, and I'm sure if I were to go dumpster diving through all the clips, you could find that from him too.
No. You can find, if you go look up Vaush kill all men, you'll find him railing against people using that term, talking about how wrong it is, talking about how even if they don't mean it literally, it's still immoral. That's what you'll find from Vaush. But he's totally okay with saying they like talking about like women extinction buttons.
He only sometimes hits mommy. You know, he still loves her.
Okay.
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 Oh, okay. Wow.
Maybe
I'm like,
maybe I need
like
to.
I know he's a good guy, but we're calling him out on the BS. We're calling him out on the hypocrisy.
Well, what I'm calling out right now is my chat. Chat, if you like this content today, donate to me because I'm tired. I'm hungry. We're gonna end the stream soon unless I get a lot of money. So send me bits, send me subs, send me super chats, or I'll just end the stream and I'll go do other things. Up to you. Carry on. Continue.
Put the money in the bag, chatters.
Yeah, well, and as I'll just say, it's like for someone when you can maybe talk about certain jokes and stuff, but I can understand that might see biases in jokes
Thank you, Omni.
and whatnot, but when when people are having serious conversations and whatnot and saying what they truly believe or having a bit of sincerity to their voice, he stands up for women, he stands up for Black people, he stands up for trans women, and he stands up for men who are struggling in society as well. And when it comes to the men and women issues, as I said, he does a lot of the anti-red pill, like this new traditional masculinity bullshit.
I think the look. I'm not going to say that Vaush is like not a net positive. I think he is, like, certainly. But there are a lot of things that are really, really valuable to criticize Vaush on that I don't think he gets enough criticism specifically from his audience for. And I think that you are his audience more so than I am even, right? You're more a Vaush viewer than I will ever be, right? Like, and I think it's the case that people like you being able to apply that criticism to Vaush, being able to like push him on that. I think that's the only place that a check and his like really, really, really poor optics surrounding these issues are.
Oh, well, yeah, no, absolutely. Like, he can be edgy at times, and like not every joke he's going to make is going to land with me as well.
Edginess is totally fine, but the issue is the spirit behind the edginess, right? Like, if you're saying
absolutely. For instance,
yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so like one thing I really did disagree with him on was I think as a whole I agreed with him and his issues with like conflict with Cat Black. One thing I really disagreed with was when him responding to Cat Black after she was making comments about his genitalia and whatnot, and then him responding in the way that he did to that, which I don't kind of want to repeat because I actually did find that gross. But you guys know the comments. I think you brought them up a little bit earlier. And it's like, I don't even think the most staunch Vaush supporters are always going to even like defend everything he says or does too, because
I totally agree.
Yeah, he can do some pretty shitty things, as we all can.
Like, yeah, like criticism aside from Vaush, I think that like if you interact with the Vaush community, they're a lot more willing to criticize Vaush than like other large politics streamers communities are. Like, if you take a look at like the average DGGer, they're gonna like rail hard against you if you even like minor criticisms of the guy. They won't even engage. But I think you're being in good faith. You're like you're listening to the criticisms. You're just like trying to engage with them. And I think you get where we're coming from. Like, there are big issues with the way he approaches political strategy that end up being not just bad in terms of the kind of things that they like perpetuate, but they're like really bad optics. Like, it looks really, really, really bad when you're arguing with TERFs and their entire line of rhetoric is you secretly hate women, and that's the reason you want to push trans issues, and then you go on saying we need like a woman extinction button. It like doesn't work very well.
No, absolutely. Like, and I can understand why people like would even dislike him for stuff like that. I just don't really like when people make harsh statements like he is anti-Black, or like when people like Shark are anti-Black, where I feel like most of that is coming from Shark's like people affiliate Shark and Vaush because they're on good terms. Or that's where you even see like that the Jesse Gender like post calling Shark a, again, I'm not going to say that.
You tend to become like the company you keep.
Yes, but
when
they don't really keep each other's company.
I'm not doing no Whick. I'm not doing the guilty by association. I'm saying you become like
that the Pharisees and Sadducees gave to Jesus, saying that Jesus was hanging around all those ne'er-do-wells, those whores.
He wasn't hanging out with them like that.
Yeah,
he was hanging out with his disciples. His disciples was becoming like him. If anything, they became like those people became like Jesus.
Exactly. So I'm going to make the bad people become like me.
Then I'm still right. So what are you talking about?
Not even necessarily.
We're talking about Shark Zero and Vaush. We're talking about Shark and Vaush. We're not talking about you. Sorry about that.
Well,
no, Mr. Savage, you did a great job, man, of destroying Vaush here.
This
I appreciate
is how this works. Civil.
But no, I mean, even with the company you keep, he's had some really good Black activist speakers on his channel. Like
He should have them more often. Should listen
I
to them more.
absolutely agree, but people like Intellectual Media were great, and I'm still a fan and watch their content to this day as well. And I think he does have a power to uplift more Black creators, and some people might argue that he hasn't done enough for that. And I can maybe understand, but it's not like he hasn't done it or that he is anti-Black. Like, he's even had some of his Black viewers on criticize him, and he's agreed that maybe his optics have looked bad, and that his brash demeanor has definitely given the optics that he's anti-Black before, especially when he's talking about more Black issues.
No. See, the thing is, it's not the reason why he says optics is because he is trying to like only take half the criticism. It's like, yeah, man, I could probably say it a different way, just look better, for optics' sake. But we're not talking about optics when at least those individuals were talking about optics.
Is your specific, right? Just to be clear, is your specific criticism of Vaush isn't that he looks or sounds anti-Black, but that he is anti-Black.
He becomes and contributes to anti-Black narratives by being lazy and ignorant and espousing things that aren't baked in good ground. Do some more research before you say something. Otherwise, be willing to apologize later on when you make some statements. Clarify your statements later on. That's why people say disclaimer. If you're going to be an influential person and give your opinion in a pulpit, which they oftentimes becomes like prescriptions and descriptions, you give disclaimers.
Synth, do you have the same criticism or is yours different?
I think my criticism at least includes what 𝕬𝖎 is saying. I don't think there's a contradiction between mine and 𝕬𝖎's criticism. But I think I agree that like the main issue for Vaush is the fact that he has. I think that his motives, the reason why he consistently kind of like comes to these, like when he's guessing, he comes to the bad position, is because of the fact that he's got these cognitive biases. And I think that if you like, you don't even need to like focus too much on fixing the cognitive biases. It's important to do, right? But like, you don't need to focus that much on that if you just do some fucking research before you say things. Like, he just needs to do more research before he spits stuff out. That's like a habit he has, and I think that
I'll be
is
real
correct.
with you both. This criticism sounds like more. It's less, to me at least. It's less a criticism about him being anti-Black and more a criticism about him being lazy and, in your view, wrong.
But because of those things,
to disentangle that.
Why?
I want to disentangle because.
But they're related is the issue.
They're related. That's the issue.
I don't know if that's the case or not. I can't say for sure one way or the other, but my instinct here is that because this happens in other venues, doesn't mean it necessarily happens here, right? Or that you both are doing this. So bear with me. But my instinct is that you were both kind of tying these things together when we should disentangle them. But I have to go because my chat cheap. They haven't given me money. Thank you. All of you. Even you, Civil. I don't know you, but thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Right? Thank you for trying to defend your streamer daddy. We might talk about this again in the future. Sundick is tomorrow, gang, 6 p.m. Eastern. Then Bryson Gray at Thursday, 6 p.m. Eastern.
Bryson Gray?
Yes.
Okay, you're moving up, man. Yeah, I know Bryson Gray,
he'll be on with Erudite and Prime Kai, and we'll be talking about religion. So it'll be fun. Friday,
with Prime Kai?
Yeah, with Prime Kai.
All right, okay.
Well, you don't like Prime Kai? Wait, are you being Black right now? Are you being
I don't go to church. What religion? Atheism? What religion is? I'll be interested in seeing Prime's take.
Sounds
on Thursday.
To me. Might be just lazy though, right? Might be just lazy.
He argues with me over religion all the time. What are you saying? This is experience. This is research.
Tune in tomorrow, gang. Like and subscribe. Follow me on Twitch. All that. Who we raiding, gang? Who's streaming? Do you stream on Twitch?
No, I don't.
Okay. Are you streaming, 𝕬𝖎?
No. I'm focusing on YouTube right now.
Okay, then I am going to go into. Man, no one's streaming right now. Let's go into Paint Baby.
All right.
Spam those, I almost said slurs. No, don't spam the slurs. Spam those emotes, right? And let her know that it's a hate raid and that Whick sent you.
Okay, my niggles. Y'all have a...
I have a niggling.
My annoyances, excuse me.
I have a niggling.
My annoyances, excuse me. You know,
This is going to be a.
You do
a
not have
problem
that,
for
Whick.
me in
No,
the
you
future,
don't,
I guess,
Whick.
but I'll see you
yeah,
later.
man.
Bye.
Yeah, Whick. You